And to order, and we will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. So I guess we'll take a peek at the meeting minutes for April 20th, 2021.
I would move the approval of those minutes.
And I've looked over them. Excellent. So moved. So call for a vote. All those in favor to approve the meeting minutes for April 20th, 2021.
So moved.
Say aye.
Yep, I'm good.
Yep, aye.
I don't know if there's anything else, Dylan, you'd like to proceed with. I expect the chair within probably the next 5 to 10 minutes. There's other things on the agenda you might feel comfortable with moving along with.
Maybe discussion on the sidewalk project?
We could discuss the sidewalk project.
Okay. Old business. We have, what are we looking at here, Jessica? It's an update. It's an update, but it's similar. It's based on our conversation that we had on the topic of the sidewalk updates from the fall.
Yes. Yeah, so I'd be happy to give an update.
What here is new? What should we? Will you speak to getting the board and everyone who's listening up to speed on where we're at with this project?
Yes. So back in the fall, so we can rewind it all the way back. I gave Dr. Marshall a little bit of an update earlier, where the previous town administrator received about a $100,000 grant to plan for sidewalks along South Street and Broad Street to connect the schools basically to the common area. This was brought to the town administrator's attention by a student. I believe she was in middle school or elementary school, and this was a really important project to her. And so he was successful in securing a grant to give us the plans for those sidewalks. And so we are at the end of this grant cycle, and what you have before you today are the plans, preliminary plans that the select board needs to approve that the location of these sidewalks are amenable so they can make the final plans that will allow us to implement the project. And so back in the fall, they presented a number of different plans, and based off of the recommendation of both of the chiefs, Jason from the DPW and the select board, they took all of the input from those departments and they implemented it to bring you today what you have in front of you today, which includes just a couple of minor adjustments that were made at the suggestion of all of the different departments. They are very, I feel like the plans that we have today are very technical, so I don't know if I can speak to the technicality of the engineering on them, but I did look them over, and they did include, from what I recall, all of the recommendations from both of the chiefs and Jason from the DPW. They had concerns about, the number of times that people would have to cross the road, because that's an increased safety issue if you're crossing traffic more often. And then there were a couple of concerns about, I believe this was from the select board, there were a couple concerns about old stone walls.
Mm-hmm.
That would have to be taken down if the sidewalks were on a certain side of the road. They would have to take down certain old trees or old walls that would probably need the blessing of the historical commission.
So basically, then the town needs to approve that. When you say the town needs to approve that, is that the Board of
It's
Selectmen?
the select board, not, it does not need to go to town.
Okay. And so it says here, once the town has approved this layout, we will add the saw cut lines and hatching for pavement and sidewalk cuts, existing conditions and site demo sites. We will also call out removal from stone walls, mailboxes, etc.
Correct.
Okay, so,
So they aren't gonna go to that great of detail until they get the final approval, because that's really a lot of technical work that they don't wanna have to duplicate if they don't have to.
now has the DPW had opportunities to review these plans?
Oh, yes.
And have they given us any insights as to how they feel about the plans as they have been modified?
So back in the fall, Jason did have a couple of comments on specifically the Broad Street plan, just because of where one of the original plans were. It had it in a very narrow right-of-way where there is existing sidewalk, so it would make the most sense to have the sidewalks on that side. But that was Jason's biggest comment, was that the right-of-way for the town is so narrow at that point that he had concerns about the feasibility of the sidewalk there, so.
So the DPW group have not had an opportunity to see this new adjusted? Okay.
No, I can forward it for the DPW commission's review as well. I think that would be.
Well, it would be my recommendation that the Board of Selectmen take no action on this until such time as the DPW group has had the opportunity to review these in detail and to give us a recommendation. That'd be, of course, that's my fantasy.
Would you like to make that as a,
I would make
as a
that.
motion? I might add that if the historical commission hasn't laid their eyes on this as
Okay.
of yet, is that right?
Yep.
Well, I would add the
So
DPW.
maybe the motion could include the historical
And
commission as well?
yeah, I think it would be really incumbent upon us to seek their ideas and approval before the select board would take any action on this. That would be my motion.
Yeah, I would second that motion. So the motion is to have the DPW and the historical commission review the sidewalk improvements project before the board takes action. So I will call for a vote.
Aye.
And Clark, aye. Yeah, you know, you're right. These, especially Broad Street, it's such a special little neighborhood. I'd really hate for this sidewalk to tear through anything special and irreplaceable in that neighborhood. It might be unavoidable, but that's such a nice little street, so we've got to make sure we do it right.
Yeah. I mean, there is an existing sidewalk on Broad Street. It's pavement.
Yeah.
And it's in
Yeah.
pretty rough condition. So I know that one of the plans showed at least what is pavement being replaced and then crossing and then going up where there's more right of way.
Yep.
So.
I'd hate to lose too many of those trees. It's a nice little block.
Yeah.
Yeah, the trees were
Moving on.
definitely a concern.
So that would be under old business. I'm not very familiar with the use of town property for public meetings under old business. I don't know if that's something we're not going to go there. Okay, moving on.
We're not going to go there? Okay.
I think that was something that Greg really wanted to discuss, so.
Okay.
Okay. I didn't see that in the packet, so I wasn't sure what that was in reference to.
I think, could I just ask a question about the Savage Race COVID protocols?
Yes.
Are we planning to have one of Savage Race in the town of Barre?
Yes.
Okay, because it just says Boston, July 10th, and that is going to be out at the Stonecop?
Yes, yeah, so actually, that would be a great thing to discuss right now. So Savage Race, they have had their I don't know what kind of road race you want to call it, but mud race, yes. And they've had it in Barre for a couple of years at Stone Cow. They have to go through the Board of Selectmen for a special events permit.
Right.
But before they even go so far as getting a special events permit, they want preliminary blessing from the board to say that, you'll even consider an event like this in the town on July 10th. And they wanted to provide you with the COVID protocols that they've had in place for other events that they're planning, to show that they are proactive about COVID-19. So they're just asking, before they go on to fill out a whole special events permit and go through all of the departments that they need permissions from, they just want acknowledgement from the board, not necessarily permission from the board, but just acknowledgement that.
So they have had, the Savage Race Corporation Company, whatever, have had races here before.
Yep.
And at the same property that they hope to have it,
Correct.
coming forward.
Correct.
I've certainly reviewed this, but I would recommend that the Board of Health have an opportunity to review this, and subject to their approval, I would recommend approval by the board, since it is something that we have participated in the past.
Yeah, I'll say that when it comes to agenda items that have to do with Stone Cow or the Carter Stevens property, because of my previous employment status with them, I'd like to abstain from making those decisions.
Gee, it's like I'm making this one. I don't know if I have the capacity to do that as only one member of the board. So I guess we'll have to pass on that with one abstention and one recommendation.
Yeah, so
recommendation to have the Board of Health review the COVID. I just feel that the Board of Health has worked so hard to kind of keep on top of the whole COVID thing, that I would like them to have at least the opportunity to review the protocols that have been outlined by the Savage Race crowd. And they appear reasonable to me, but I am not a public health official, and perhaps it would do the community well to have our public health people take a look at this and kind of say to us it looks good to them, and that would allow us to give them that preliminary approval. I know that they probably need this approval relatively quickly, and so I would recommend, when Greg gets here, if it would be amenable to him, that we recommend approval, okay, predicated on the approval of the Board of Health. And then we would have to get them moving on, taking a look.
I think we can at least push this down in the agenda until Greg arrives.
Okay. All right, let's see what else we got here. So, is the chief...
Jessica, is the planning board, the zoning bylaw change, that's mostly a housekeeping change of date, right? Something small?
Correct.
That's good.
You want to go over that with us?
So that was, it's a request from the planning board to be on the warrant to change a date in one of the zoning bylaws. I believe from 2009 to 2019.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So very, very inconsequential.
I would move that approval.
Okay, I'll second that. I'll call any discussion.
None from me.
Hearing none, call for a vote.
Approved. Aye.
So call for a vote. Joan Clark, aye.
Okay, looks like a vote. Mr. Chairman, we welcome you.
Good evening. That was fun. I decided I'd go home and change before I shaved up. I was wearing a little bit too much of the product still, but. So where are we at? Where are we doing?
We kind of were going piecemeal here because we were getting some of the housekeeping out of the way. We decided to wait until you arrived to make a determination about the Savage Race preliminary approval. We approved the planning board zoning bylaw change, which is number G in new business. And we went over the Broad Street and South Street sidewalk project.
The safe routes to school?
Mm-hmm.
And which item did you say for the planning board?
D, it's
D.
under new business D.
Zoning bylaw change.
Now we approved the minutes.
Approved minutes, excellent. Last week, 3 weeks ago. We did public comment, I assume?
We did not, sir.
You didn't, okay. Well, we'll hold off for now. I assume Chief's here for, I hate to do that now in the beginning of the meeting. Jessica, what do you think the rest of these issues are time-wise? Are we looking at another half an hour, or how bad is this going to be if we...
For the,
I hate to break off to executive session to come back and try to, put people off and guess our time and come back.
I know that our attorney has a timeline too, though.
Okay, is he on now?
She,
Is she on now? Pardon me.
Yes, she is.
Okay. Then,
I move we go into executive session for the purposes of collective bargaining issues and indicate to the public that we should come out of executive session in approximately 30 minutes.
30, I think.
Actually, it's for the police contract and the grievance.
Okay, it's collective bargaining and to discuss a grievance. If you
Okay.
could modify that, Sandy, on the minutes.
I'll just modify that with my second to prove that it's under Mass General Law 30A, Section 20. And I will second your motion without amendment.
Thank you. A motion and a second to move to executive session and come back in about 30 minutes into open session. We'll need a roll call vote by name for this. All those in favor?
Marshall, aye.
Clark, aye.
And O'Sullivan, yes.
Brought Stan home.
Oh, did ya?
Yeah.
How's he doing?
He's good. Good. He's on order still from his house.
Well, they give him one a month typically, right? Keep
No,
on
he's
order.
on permanent orders, remote from his house.
What did he go for, an AGR position or what?
No, he was just on orders, COVID relief orders down in Virginia. So he's doing the same job, but he can do it remotely via computer. So they sent him home and said, "You're on orders remote."
That's just horrible for him.
He's not complaining.
And I'm sure Massport still gets him when he's on orders and so
Yes.
forth.
Chief, could I ask you to just give me a call tomorrow
Yeah.
at your leisure? Nothing important.
Yeah, absolutely. I make sure I
Oh.
know I got your number.
I think you
but
do.
let me
978.
just- Let me just double check.
Okay.
I'm gonna go grab a walker real quick.
Oh, I don't. I have it on my phone.
Okay.
Let me program it in.
Okay.
Create new content.
So Savage Race was just going through the new protocols, basically?
Yeah, I just made a recommendation that we allow the, subject to the Board of Health review,
Yeah.
we would approve it.
Yeah, they're the ones that really control all the
Yeah.
COVID, not
Yeah.
us. All right.
Okay, 978
978-302-4070.
3024.
302.
Yep.
4070.
4070. Perfect. Thank you. 978-302-4070.
Thank you so much.
I don't know if we're actually up yet, so we'll wait till Jess gets
Yeah, I don't think Hardwick's on yet.
In any official
Julie
conversations.
Quink, I see she's there and she's still silent, so.
So I can take Savage off.
I'm here.
Oh, hi, Julie.
Hi.
Did you guys cover the use of town property?
We did not, they said that nobody could discuss that without you being here, Greg.
Uh-oh.
I'm kidding. They said that you were interested in that discussion, so we didn't go there.
Did they already open the meeting?
No.
No, but we're ready.
We are actually in an open meeting right now. We recessed from another meeting.
Oh, excellent.
Wonderful.
We're-
Well, we are back in open session as well, so we're ready to proceed then. Who wants to start this evening?
Julie, do you want to take over where we left off last meeting? And then you said administration over to the town?
I did, so I'm happy to do that. Hi Chief, it's nice to see you again.
Hello.
I lose track of time, I'm an accountant, so this time of year, all the days run together, but I think last week sometime, I emailed over to the town administrator the financial information that was put together by the town of Ware. I did make them aware that I was going to share it so that you could see. And this is, I sanitized it a little bit because it had Ware's calls in there, which wouldn't make sense for this discussion. But what you, on the documentation that or the worksheets I sent over, you can see what Hardwick contributes to the Ware call volume. I had talked about, thank you. I had talked about it being approximately, from the top of my memory, being $150,000. So what you're seeing there is from July of 19 through June of 20. Those are the billable charges, the number of trips. And this particular year, they had almost $96,000 of payments, and the average payment per trip was $471. So if you take the $95,000 plus the $77,000 that the town of Hardwick currently contributes, it's actually a little bit higher than, $150,000. That was sort of the dynamic or the economics of Hardwick's involvement with Ware. Any questions on that? Did you have any questions on any of that information?
So that's the entire town coverage currently?
It is.
And
It
the,
is.
and the total that they're getting with fees in your contribution is, if you totaled up,
172,000?
172 for
And
100?
it's going to vary. It's going to depend on the payer mix. And I'm sure the chief can speak to this. It's
Yeah.
going to depend on the type of
Medicaid.
calls, the payer mix, whether it's third-party pay or private pay. And it also depends on the contract. So, Ware was able to negotiate contracts with third-party payers, as I'm sure Barre does with third-party payers. So there's a little bit of flexibility there, I think, based on what contracts are currently in place.
So that is assumed if we were covering the entire town of Hardwick.
That's correct.
In the portion you were talking about us covering, do you have the exact call numbers for that section for the year?
I do. If you can bear with me 1 second.
Was it between 75 and 100, Julie? When we figure it to be between 75 and 100?
In terms of so the town had, bear with me a second. When you want to put your hands on something, you never can possibly put your hands on it. I will continue to look for that, but I believe that, and I apologize, Jessica, I don't think I sent that file over to you. I wanted to take a look at it and be sure that there wasn't any personal information included, so I'll continue to look for it as we're chatting, but I believe in total, the calls were about, they vary anywhere between 250 to 270 a year. They hover more around 250, and I believe we determined in our last meeting that we thought that probably about 75 to 100 calls would be what we would be looking for Barry to assist us with.
Julie, let me ask you this question. You're going to choose another vendor or whatever, or community to work with for the rest of the community, I guess, right?
We would need to.
Okay. How comfortable are you, or would you believe your citizens would be with if the level of care that Barre can offer, okay, is significantly different than the other group or community that you work with? Is that going to be like a problem for not only the select board, but for the citizens to say, how come we've got West Brookfield and their quality of their service is considerably less well-qualified? I don't want to say less well-qualified. You know what I mean, right?
So I guess I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, go ahead, you
Dr.
interrupt.
Marshall. I guess, so here's sort of the situation. When Hardwick had their own ambulance service, we were only a basic life support system, we were a BLS system. So it really wouldn't be any different for the residents of Hardwick than what they've traditionally been used to for many, many years until Ware stepped in and assisted us with the contract. So we're sort of going back to where we've always historically had service. Quite frankly, we got maybe a little spoiled, or it was nice to have an ALS level service providing service to the entire town, but we've been in a situation where we've had a BLS provider in town.
We have, I didn't know if people would be like, okay, going back to that.
Well, I'm not sure. I think we're balancing here. It's a little, the thing from my perspective, and certainly other members of the board for Hardwick can jump in. We have a little bit of a balancing act here because we have the fiscal part of it. If we were to use Barre, and Ware's assessment stands at 77,000, whether they cover half the town, or they don't want to cover the whole town. So we still have that assessment, and then whatever the town of Barre would like to propose for the cost. I think the chief originally had posed a cost anywhere between 20 and 25,000. That's considerably more than if we are using another service, for example, West Brookfield. And so I think that's something along with patient care that we need to look at.
I would agree with that, and I will just add in that even if we were to go with another BLS service, there would still be that need for an ALS intercept during certain calls.
Looking at the numbers quickly, we're talking about 1/3 of the calls in this area. So if that brought us 1/3 of the revenues, we're looking at about $58,000. I don't understand, maybe Bob, you can enlighten me, how is $58,000 going to staff an ambulance to cover that and personnel to cover that large portion of town by mileage?
Well, I don't think we need to add we don't need to add anything, so that's just gonna be additional revenue to offset our budget. I mean, we may have to add a few extra calls, but as far as our staff goes, I mean, we're doing a lot of these calls now. Not, I shouldn't say a large portion, but we're going to Hardwick now anyways, as backup for Ware. So we're doing some of these calls already, up on the Wheelwright side and the North Hardwick side, Delalargy Road, Taylor Hill Road, that area. So we're doing it now. I don't think if we're talking 75 to 100 calls, that's not a very large impact. I mean, we're saying maybe 2 calls a week extra on top of what we do. So that isn't really a huge impact to the service. Will we have to add, some extra of this into the budget for salaries, but not a lot, I don't think so. This has the potential to lower the town's portion of our EMS budget, I think.
So
Well, if we're not going to add personnel, then it shouldn't add to the budget at all. But I worry about the wear and tear on the ambulances. These are horrible roads.
Right.
And,
Well, they're no worse than the roads in Barre.
well, but they're all the worst part of the worst roads in Barre.
well, Taylor Hill has its own special
Right.
place. Yeah.
And
But the thing is, we're gonna do the calls anyways.
Okay.
Whether,
So-
if
so
they're
we-
unavailable, we're gonna do the calls.
So basically.
if we're available, yes.
Yeah, so now we will be available if we enter into an agreement.
So right now, Ware does the entire town of Hardwick.
Right.
If Ware has got multiple calls or they're unavailable, they call us as a backup and we go. So typically, the New Braintree dispatch will call the closest town.
Right.
So for the North Hardwick area
It's
and
you.
Wheelwright, they typically will call us. We'll go and do the call. So we're doing some of these calls already. And clearly, when Mary Lane closes in the next month, that's gonna have a negative impact on Ware's ability, because now you're gonna have to travel further out of
Right.
Ware, so their turnaround time. So, I've been discussing with the Ware chief, there's obviously some consequences on that end. So whether we enter an agreement with Hardwick or not, if they call us for an ambulance, I mean, we're gonna go and do the call either way. So
Where's our turnaround time going out there to some of these places in they got to be 10 to 15 minutes out of station just to get there.
oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
At least.
Yeah.
At least.
Yep.
Probably
Without a
maybe
doubt.
over 20.
Because we
And
talked
then
about.
to go back to the hospital,
What kind of vehicle did you call it? That maybe they were.
Rapid response.
Rapid response, where there's that vehicle that gets there and kind of stabilizes things until the ambulance can get there?
Yeah, that's something we've discussed with Julie and the Hardwick chief and the Ware chief and the West Brookfield EMS director. We've had conversations about that, so, I mean, I think either way, you know, Hardwick's a big town, so however you split it, there's gonna be a delay, whether it's Ware coming to the Barre side, Barre going to the Ware side, or West Brookfield going to the Barre side. So, you know, splitting the town is probably in the best interest for the service for the citizens of Hardwick, which I think everybody's in agreement, we want to provide a good service to the citizens. You know, I don't know if I would sleep good knowing somebody on the Barre line's having a medical emergency and our ambulance is 6 miles away, and there's an ambulance from 12 miles away going. So again,
The thing that I find difficult, and it's, is you read in the newspaper and it says, oh, the Budget and Finance Committee in Barre said this. The chief said this. The selectmen are saying, what's happening? I really feel the need to say to the chief and to Hardwick that we need to get some sort of a group that can work together toward an agreement and get this thing done. Or say, we're not doing it. Because I think Hardwick's standing out there kind of holding bags saying, what are we doing? We're saying, what are we doing? And really, the people are almost in this room who could decide. But we need the chief, and we need certainly Hardwick. We need to understand what's in it for Barre. There has to be some reasonableness about our wear and tear on our vehicle. I mean,
If we have 75 calls, if, assuming they're all BLS, all right, what's our fee for a BLS call right now?
well, we can't go by that, we have to go by what we're actually gonna receive, because,
yeah,
so if Julie's document, so if they're averaging $471 per trip, and we do 75 transports, you know, that's 57,825. We charge for a BLS trip $1,100.
yeah,
You know, it's very rare for us to get $1,100.
yeah. So that's what the extra fee is for, that we would charge them and that the
So
citizens
that's
pay.
what the fee, so if we enter an agreement where we pay, if Hardwick says we'll give you $25,000 to cover the ambulance, we still bill per call. And then, just like we have the same contract with New Braintree, every year New Braintree pays us upfront $15,000 is what we do New Braintree for. And then every patient we transport, just like any patient in Barre, our billing company bills the patient's insurance or the patient, and then we get what we get based upon, you know, fixed government, everything that goes
I know.
along with billing. So, a lot of that is, let's say, you know, in Wheelwright, they have the senior housing, like we have Grandview
Right.
Terrace. So
It's
they may call
Medicare.
an ambulance because somebody falls,
Yeah,
we go, we assess them, they're not really hurt, we don't transport them to the hospital, we don't bill for that call, so it's essentially a free service call, so that's what this fee, if we enter an agreement with Hardwick, would cover those type of incidentals.
Yeah.
You know, we drive over to Hardwick, we're tied up for 45 minutes, we assess the patient, when we go to a car accident, we get there, nobody needs to go to the hospital, we assess them, we leave. That's what that fee would offset the additional billing revenue. So if we did average 75 transports, you know, if we entered in an agreement at that'd be 57,000 in revenue that goes directly into our budget, and then on top of the 25,000, I mean, we would be right around $80,000 extra in our budget to offset.
How are you getting the 5750 in revenues? At 475 a call, it's only 35,000.
Oh, excuse me, because that would be with our 25, that's what would be with our 25.
Yeah.
So we would add 57,000 into our coffers a year to pick up an extra 75 to 100 calls. So when we do
That's a
our
good-
billing revenue, when we bill every year, all that money goes into the receipt reserve account. And then when we come up with the EMS budget for the year, all the money we made in the previous fiscal year is transferred over. So if, you know, this year we might be around 425,000. So if the ambulance budget's 500,000, we transfer 425, it only costs the taxpayers 75,000. So if we add an additional 57,000 into that, if we don't need to increase too much in revenue.
So we're basically saying with the personnel and the vehicles we have, we can handle another 200 calls.
No, 75.
75, okay, 75.
Yes, to 100 that we know of. And that we may find in the next year that could be more, could be less. I mean, I think Julie's had a tough job to try to go through a lot of logs to try to figure out those numbers. It's obviously a lot of work. So that number could be more, it could be less. And again, if those 75 to 100 calls may not all be transports. So that billing revenue number may be less if there's only 60 transports versus, or it could be more if it's 100 transports. I mean, I think that number is not a set number, it's fluid, it could change every year, plus or minus, depending on, what happens.
And the bigger concern that I have always is if, we send our ambulance out there and it's 20 minutes away, and someone right next door to the fire station has a heart attack and we don't have an ambulance. And we've got to wait for someone to
That
come
could
from
happen
20,
now,
because
right?
our town's ambulance has gone somewhere else and our citizens don't have the immediate coverage.
Correct. That's an issue.
How many double calls have you made this year that you've made the second call? How many second calls have we missed? And how many third calls have we already had this year that we couldn't staff 3? Because I know that's happened several times that I've listened to.
It's happened. I mean, we've staffed probably 35 second calls. I think we've only missed maybe 10 or 15. And obviously, third calls, there's nothing we can do about that.
Right, right.
But how many-
Fourth calls, we can't do.
Right.
That's just another town
But I'm
helps us
saying-
out.
Right.
But what I'm saying is that already happens. And what's your confidence that doesn't happen on an increased basis? Because we have, it's not just that we're picking up more calls, Bob.
Right.
It's the, let's say you run to Clem Court for a call. You got to be there in 5 minutes. And if you do transport, you're gone for what, another hour for the transport, hour and a half?
Oh, at least.
So it might be
It's
2 hours. So it
Every
might-
call, we average
yeah.
2 hours. a
So
call.
2 hours. But now if you go here, you're gonna have an extra hour in that drive. You're probably looking at 3 hours, so it's not
About
just
2.5. Our average call to Hardwick's 2.5 hours turnaround.
going to
Going to
where.
Mary Lane?
Going to any part of Hardwick, that's the average Hardwick.
I know,
call.
but going to what hospital?
Worcester.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, was
Mary-
there,
Still,
Mary
that's
Lane
what
call-
I'm, that's what I'm trying to find out. Still
Okay.
taking them to Worcester.
A Mary Lane call for us is less than an hour from Hardwick, because
Yeah.
obviously it's close, but that's not gonna be the case come
Right.
much sooner. So right now, our average turnaround call from dispatch to back in service is 2.5 hours from Hardwick. Typically, we're going to the wheelwright section, again, the North Hardwick, Berry line, Peter Sam line area.
How many have you done, you think, in Peter Sam this last year? I mean, at Hardwick this last
I
year,
think
Peter
we've
Sam.
done 15 to date. 12.
Peter Sam?
12.
So you've done 12 calls, so you're talking about boosting it 5 times to do this, 6 times. Of those 12, do you know how you've been doing getting paid on them?
A lot of those were lift assists, where we didn't have to bill, good intent calls. And the rest, I don't know where the billing lied. There was some private insurance and Medicare, so they probably worked out to probably an average of around
400.
400. That probably makes sense.
And we talked about rapid response vehicles. That's something we're looking for from CARES Act or COVID money?
No, we put in a grant for through CMRPC
That would be great.
for regionalized services.
Well,
So
I think
That
that,
might, in theory, take some of
Yeah.
these calls that you
Yeah.
don't transport and not tie the
yeah.
ambulance up.
Well, there's
which we
there's no
applaud.
question that regionalizing services between and among our small communities is essential. Well, I think we have to consider it. My only concern is I feel like sometimes we're peppering you with a lot of questions that you could, I guess what I'm looking for is something that's a very concrete proposal that says, this is what we're gonna do, this is how much money we're gonna make, this is what Hardwick's feeling that they fiscally can support, this is year 1, is this let's try it year, or is this one of a multiple year agreement that we get into? Is this contingent upon getting those vehicles? What's the thought process moving forward? Because town meetings are like tomorrow, and I know that Hardwick needs to have a plan, we need to have a plan, and so I really urge for whether it be somebody,
Part of that is what Bob's already said, is the way the ambulance is based is last year's revenues.
right,
So the best information we're gonna get for a chart to look at what's
Well,
gonna be is right there, is
yeah.
their last year's revenue. So we're looking at the best info we're gonna get.
yeah.
And so what I'm saying, to look at the numbers, this is it, this is all we're gonna get. This is, last year's numbers is the most current we can get, and that's what we're forced to base this year's budget off of. So when we anticipate spending for the ambulance, we have to anticipate what they took in this year to anticipate for next year's revenues. and would have to anticipate off those numbers as well, and they're probably pretty solid.
Now,
But-
no, no,
but
our
we
cap.
don't know
But-
if you get more or
But now,
less.
our capital to keep our ambulances running or to purchase a new ambulance, is that part of getting paid for through the enterprise fund and so forth, or is that, see, that's my thing. We're paying for the ambulance, and some,
We assume all the risk.
Yeah,
Because we're fronting all the money for the capital items, the
And we're-
cardiac monitors, the paramedic supplies, the ambulance, and that, that is, cost money,
yeah, well,
and that costs.
well, I mean, I would be, if I were us guys, and I am, we should be looking for another town to do us, and we shouldn't be bothering buying all these ambulances. I don't think we should do that, of course, but my concern is, what is the cost that Hardwick would incur toward our capital expenditures? I mean, I just don't think you can just do it freebie.
Well, the ambulance is what, Bob? We just paid $285. 285, so.
And I don't even think it should be like 25%
So-
or 10% or anything.
But if you say it's a $300,000 expense, and we getting 5 years out of it or not?
I think 6 is probably the,
6,
Really?
really, yeah.
Okay.
150 grand.
So
a year.
50,000 a year.
The one we
But
had
yeah,
was
to run
15.
2 ambulances,
Yeah.
we're running,
16.
so we run $150,000 a year expense to have 2 of them.
I mean,
And
I just
now-
think that has to
well-
be considered, whether we.
Well, it's easy to do. What's our call volume in a year, Bob?
Just the ambulance calls?
Yep.
About,
For everything we do right now,
everything is 1188.
1,188.
Yeah. But just ambulance calls was like 675,
Okay, so that's what we have, 6.
685, so somewhere in that.
Okay.
Strictly ambulance calls.
So if we said that is 150,000, I mean, I don't want to try to do it out right now.
Well, my point just is, I think, so that's why I feel badly, because we're kind of, just rambling on here.
Someplace around $225 a call. I
Yeah,
just did it roughly,
and
but
so the concern that I have is just, if, whether it be Julie and you, and maybe a member of the Budget and Finance Committee, one of the selectmen, sit down and really hatch all of this out, so there's not, because if I were sitting in the town meeting assembly, I would say, well, what about? I just feel that there needs to just be a little more coherence from my perspective about, okay, how does this impact the life of our ambulance? I mean, maybe there's no impact, but there's got to be impact because we're going to use it more. And are we getting enough revenue in order to use it more and maybe replace it sooner? Does that make sense?
Yes.
so.
I don't mean to be a pain in the neck about this, I just feel that, I think it's a great idea, I think we should really, think about doing it, I think it's important, because if we don't improve our efficiency of scale in all of the departments that we have in our communities, and I think you and Matt talked about more regionalization and so forth, we have to just make sure that we have a plan that makes sense, because if we provide all the capital and ask nobody to help us with the capital, I don't know,
Well, at $225 average cost per call for the ambulance right now, if we assess that at 75 calls, they'd need a $16,800, so a $17,000 contribution to cover the assets.
for the assets.
For the assets, so, but the $25,000 contribution gives, if you look at it that way, the 25 is an additional 8,000 towards staffing
Okay.
beyond that,
Okay.
or towards materials and
As
expenses.
long as
So
it can be explained that way, and then we can look at the numbers and say, yeah, that makes sense.
If we look at that 25,000 assessment, that would be paying towards a portion of the ambulance, which would cover usage of it.
Right.
So if we look at that way as 25,000 a year towards ambulance expense, then over a 6-year life, they'll be putting in,
Yeah, Yeah.
150,000, which is
Yeah.
half the expense of the ambulance.
well,
And then
you wish
whatever,
half the
and then,
expense.
and then whatever we recover for calls is what we recover
Yeah.
for calls.
Okay, well, that makes,
If
that makes sense to me.
If, and this is my concern about we start this, do we need a third ambulance, or can we really do this with what you have? If it turns out that we can do it with what you have, I'm comfortable with adding 75
Yeah.
calls. But I would suggest maybe we do it on a 1-year basis to
Mhm.
try it, because if it turns out that it's a lot more calls and we need to restaff, then we have to revisit the budget. And maybe we
It's
come
a
up
lot
with a
more work for
disclaimer
you.
that if, so,
Yeah, I know.
It's a
So-
lot, no, it's a lot more work for you.
but maybe we move with a disclaimer that we'll try this for a year, but if we exceed the 100 calls, then the town of Hardwick has to help compensate us
Well,
a
that
certain
all has to
percentage.
be in some sort of an intergovernmental services agreement, so we all know what we've agreed to.
Well, this is what I'm talking about.
And I'm
If-
assuming it would look the same as ours with New Braintree now.
Probably.
If the
Did we
chief's
have an attorney
comfortable,
draw that?
It was written prior to me becoming chief,
Okay.
so I
Well, we could have an
wasn't
attorney.
involved with.
I just think that we have to make sure that Hardwick is, cared for. And we have to make sure that Hardwick understands its obligations, that we have obligations to them, and that we are all, because this is too important to screw it up. Because
Right.
we've got to make certain that the people.
right now, chief, what's our ambulance cost our town, you said for the year? About 70.
Our ambulance budget
Mm.
What does it cost the town to have an ambulance beyond what the ambulance contributes back?
was right around 75,000.
So basically, they'd be picking up a third of that for us.
Yeah, well, but
Which is-
but
do
we're
I
not, we're not considering what is the capital it's costing us.
Correct.
Yeah,
That's not with
I mean,
like
it's-
the ambulance at town meeting.
Exactly.
Or the cardiac.
All right, so
Yeah.
that's without, so,
That was just our operating budget,
Right.
which pays for maintenance,
All right.
supplies, personnel.
And
so we throw in the 150,000.
Yeah,
uh,
and with
for the
only
ambulances.
75 calls, they shouldn't be paying half of anything either.
Right.
I mean, we should make it so that it makes
Well, they-
sense for them and
they'd
makes
be a
sense
tenth.
for us. Yeah,
They'd be a 10%
maybe a
of our
tenth.
calls.
Yeah, so I'm just concerned about getting this sort of put in paper, and so that they understand, and we understand, so that we can get to town meeting well-equipped to answer questions and hopefully ready to provide the services to Hardwick and to the citizens of Barre in a capable, competent way. That's all I'm asking for.
And once again, if we do it that way, the 150,000 a year for ambulance expense, because
Yeah.
we're doing 2 every 6 years, and 75,000 expense for our personnel to run the department, it puts us at $225,000 expense per year for us to run an ambulance service. Once again, 10% of that, 22,000.
Mhm.
So, they're
Yeah,
25.
I think
I
that-
think the 25 is a reasonable
Yeah, I
contribution to
think
just
we're
pay
in the
out.
ballpark. I just think that we need to
Yeah.
just commit this to some sort of an agreement, so that Hardwick can really take some time to look at it and to verify it from their perspective. We can do the same from our perspective, and we can move forward and get it done.
Yeah, we've been talking.
I know you have.
AMI since August, so we've come up with the numbers.
Yeah.
I think they're
Let's-
solid.
Let's interrupt for a minute. Part of one of my jobs here is to make sure we all get heard from. We haven't heard from Dylan, so I'd like to give him a few minutes, because he's not in the room, it's hard to get in.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear your thoughts, Dylan, and what you're thinking on it, and give you a couple minutes.
Yeah, I mean, what Dr. Marshall said is just kind of what I want too. We're looking at all these numbers, my eyes kind of cross a little bit. I'd just like to see more of a proposal that anybody could really understand and sink their teeth into, because these are vital services. This is a lot of money, and it's important. So, yeah, I would agree with what Dr. Marshall was requesting, and that I'd like to just see this a little bit more teased apart and in a format that more people could readily understand, and then our towns can move forward together. I like that idea.
All right.
Chief, what kind of help or assistance could we provide that would enable you to not have to sit down and do all the, I mean, is there some,
Well, I mean, I get the numbers of it.
Okay.
That's already done.
okay, so you're good with that.
Yep.
How about with the agreement they have from New Braintree? Is there an attorney that can take a look at that and make sure that we're covering?
I believe our town attorney has been through it, because we just redid it. I don't know
Is
how
that
long
Jared
that was.
Baird?
Yeah, but just
2 years.
2 years, I think we
Jim
did, 2
Baird?
years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe so.
Okay.
So it could be reviewed again.
Yeah, well, I would just feel more comfortable that Hardwick would have the opportunity with their counsel to review it as well, so that we could be certain that, the responsibilities of each town are clearly, kind of in the agreement, and that if it's a one-year agreement, we maybe put a proviso in there that we may extend it with the approval of whomever, and get this done within the next month, because you guys have to go to town meeting, we have to go to town meeting with some numbers by June.
Well, the agreement, I believe we can enter into without town meeting, however, the budget side of it
Yeah.
Is.
Yeah.
But this budget side of it should just be money to our coffers.
Yeah.
The way I'm looking at it right now is, I think that the 150,000 cost per year for the ambulances is a pretty solid number.
Yeah.
We know that. the $75,000, we've been looking at that for years, we know
Yep.
that's a real number. So we know our expense to run that ambulance service. The burden to the town is $225.
Yep.
And as we said, if we're running about 700 calls and they're gonna be 75, maybe be more, so, but still, 225,
We should be
you know,
good.
22,000 is good, 25,000 is sort of mid-range. So their contribution, I'm comfortable, fairly matches the asset contribution and personnel loss that we have for doing it, to add money to the coffers. And as Chief said, you know, if we do average a 475 per call, that's beneficial, it's gonna add monies. Realistically, 2 calls a week, depending when they come in, the odds of them stacking up, it's gonna happen, they're gonna hit when our calls hit
Well, yeah,
sometime.
but it could happen now, I mean.
But
It
it
does
does,
happen now.
it does happen now.
Yeah. Julie, are you okay with us kind of putting the document together, getting it over to you? And, I mean, you're listening to our conversation and probably ready to scream, but, because we keep talking about the same thing over and over again, I get it. But I just want to make sure that whatever it was agreed to is something that we all understand, that there is the support that we need at town meeting to make sure it happens, and that then the ambulances are where they're supposed to be, when they're supposed to be there, and that as the citizens of Hardwick and the citizens of Barre get the kind of, you know, responsible training that Barre has been so, I mean, adept at. I mean, we've got a really good service.
I guess, you know, I wouldn't speak for the rest of the board, but for myself, I did, in the meantime, while you were chatting and I was listening very diligently, I did find the call log analysis. I did email it over to Jessica. So the time period I looked at, I sorted it a bunch of different ways, but you can take a look at it. I sorted it by street. And then, so we had 261 calls for service in this particular time frame, and I believe I looked from June of 19, very similar sort of demographic as you're seeing here with the financial. There were 100 calls for wheelwright, not all of them were transports. There were 261 calls for service overall. And the analysis will show you by street who transported and where the transport was. So that might give you a little bit more information. I think it just sort of solidifies what you've been talking about. From our perspective, we've had a line in our budget for years now relative to outside contracted emergency services. The question is, what's the number for us?
Right.
So I think we've already sort of gone through that. One thing that I think that was really helpful for the current contract that we're under, and I would maybe offer a consideration, something to consider when you're looking at contracting or developing a potential contract for us to review, is there was an oversight committee. And so there was an ambulance oversight committee made up of at least one member from each town board of selectmen. The chief, the fire chief would be on there, and then there were perhaps a couple members at large. And really what we did was get together and talk about service issues, complaints that or concerns that we're hearing on either side, and just sort of addressing operational issues of. So I might ask that you consider that. It seemed to work very well. I think we met once a quarter just to make sure that we were looking at things real time and making sure that things were working for both towns. But for us, it's I don't want to say it's less of a heavy lift for us because we're already doing this. But it's just sort of a numbers thing for us and making sure that, quite frankly, when you look at the call logs, and even now I think the chief will tell you, and we probably talked about this the last time we met, Barre is covering far and far more calls to the town than they have in the past, because Ware is not able, I think Ware had one of their ambulances out of service for a period, and they're not able to make the calls all the time. So Barre is already providing assistance with a fair number of calls. So this would give the town, if I were to say, give the town an additional assessment that they're not currently get for maybe some of the same calls they're already doing.
Okay, good point.
I'm comfortable recommending that we accept the $25,000 in funds from their town for it, and let the chief run this for a year and see what happens. And we can either make the contract renewable. It's got to be written up, of course, we all do it, but make it renewable. at our discretion, at the end of the year, and possibly have a stipulation that if we exceed 100 calls, that there are additional funds, either we do it per call or to a certain volume. If there was, if you take 25,000 divided by 100, you get $250 per call. So any calls over 100, I'd say they throw in $250 to cover the excess wear and tear in the ambulance and things that exceed the call number. Something very simple like that.
I would not be comfortable to take a solid vote at this point. I would say that predicated on your conversation, I agree that should be.
Right, that's the recommendation.
Yeah,
I don't want to vote now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that recommendation is a good one. It seems to be in line with what Hardwick has contemplated and what you've had discussions about. I just want to see the finite contract, and I think having that 4 times a year oversight committee is a great idea for both communities. So I wouldn't have a problem adding that to whatever document you're going to come up with. And I just don't want to leave you stuck with creating this document.
I was actually assuming that the town was gonna.
Yeah, no, it won't be his document, it'll be our document.
Okay, so you're working on it, so we can take a look at that and so forth. Apologize for that.
And just for reference, so we have an intermunicipal agreement with New Braintree, so we're their
Right.
primary EMS. We responded in 2020 to 64 calls. 45 of those were transports.
Uh-huh.
And we get 15,000 from New Braintree to cover.
Okay,
So, if you're almost kind of doubling that, not quite double, you're probably doubling the transports.
yeah.
So just for reference. And that money, I don't know off the top of my head, I'd have to go back and look on how much we get in receipt and billing revenue from the calls that we have transported in New Braintree, but I don't have that off the top of my head.
Yeah.
But I think it's probably averages right around that 471. That's a pretty common number for the demographics of our community. It's very, very similar demographically to Hardwick, so that's, I average, I figure about 500 a trip for us.
Do you think it's unreasonable, Jessica and Chief and Julie, and that by 2 weeks from today, we could have a document that potentially we're ready to vote?
That's what I was driving at. And if we agree to this, we're gonna go.
Yeah.
We can have that document for next meeting so we can
And that would be
move
something,
forward.
Julie, that you and your board could,
Right.
have.
Excuse me, I was still talking on it. I want to do that so we can move forward in 2 weeks and make sure we have this done before annual town meeting.
Yeah,
And it's, on our end, I think it's what they've offered, and that's what I wanted to talk about, that we have a motion to get that drafted so we can have it for 2 weeks to present
so
it.
would you like to have me make that as a motion?
Please.
I move the recommendation of the chair to, put together, based upon the preliminary numbers that we discussed tonight, a document or an intergovernmental services agreement that both the select board and the town of Hardwick and the select board and the town of Barre could look at and hopefully approve at its next meeting, which is 2 weeks from today.
2 weeks from today.
I'll second that motion.
So I have a motion, a second, to draft up a preliminary document for an agreement to be approved at our meeting in 2 weeks. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Hart, aye.
And O'Sullivan's yes. Thank you once again. We hope to see you in 2 weeks, and hopefully we'll have a hard copy in front of you before then, so we can all look at it together and go through it. Hopefully we'll have it sooner than that, so we have a few days to look at it. But I would like to get this done before town meeting. It's obviously not going to change our number except for revenues coming in, which will help defer some of the finances we put towards the fire department, which is always welcome at town meeting. So do you guys have any other questions or concerns or things for us?
I would just like to add in that we do have a joint meeting with our finance committee Monday. If there's any way possible, and I know that's just a week away, but to get a draft of it to review as a group, that would be really beneficial as we're putting our budget together.
Jessica's nodding yes, I'm sure she can put it together, but it may or may not be reviewed by town council by then. So
Right.
if she gets it to you, it's going to be
draft.
predicated by the fact that we reserve the right to change it if town council recommends, that's all.
Absolutely, that's understandable. Even if we just have an idea, that would be great.
Okay. But
Thank you.
If I just a question, just so for our own, so it sounds for us, just again, not speaking for the board, but for myself, we've got a couple, so we've got Barre that we very much want to work with, and we've got Ware. Our alternatives on the other side are Ware or West Brookfield. And the chief was not at the last meeting, and I sort of want to understand, quite honestly, I think it's going to be a heavy lift. We're going to have to do some work on making the dollar amount with Ware at its current amount and the potential that we've been talking about here with Barre work with our budget. We're starting to carve a little. And what I think I heard last time is that the preference would not be to work with, and maybe I'm not saying this properly, but to not have West Brookfield be the other service. Am I accurate in saying that?
I
Are
have
you asking us?
reservations. I have reservations with West Brookfield.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's something that we've discussed previously, specifically between Chief Rogowski and I, that there are some reservations working, and I think the reservations come with, especially Chief Rogowski cares so much about providing a top quality service, and we're really concerned that West Brookfield Rescue Squad might be over-promising what they can deliver. And I even, speak on behalf of, I live in a town where we have a private ambulance service in town, and it's hard for us to get service within our own town, and that's an ALS service, so I think we do have our concerns for your residents that you're even going to get the service that West Brookfield is putting on the table.
And then I'd bring up the last piece I talked about last time, which we didn't kick around tonight, was the possibility of the town of Barre taking over full ambulance service. What would we need for staffing? Would we need another ambulance, and what would that number look like? Or is it something you totally out of the realm? I'd be talking about staffing their station with an ambulance and personnel.
I think
Is that realistic?
That number would be very high. I know Julie had asked for a proposal for the whole town, and just doing it from Barre with our people would have been around 90,000 plus the billing revenue, which I was figuring from talking with the Ware chief was around 94,000 that's what they had brought in after. And I can see the number was actually 86,000, so it was less than what I thought. I think from a service standpoint, we're not in a position where I wouldn't feel comfortable saying you got a 25-minute wait to the west side of Hardwick for an ambulance. So short of having an ambulance to put into the town of Hardwick.
That's what I was talking about.
And I think that that number is going to be around $200,000. So to do that, to buy a third ambulance, staff it, I don't think that's feasible for Hardwick or us at this point.
Well, at this time.
Okay, that's the last thing I wanted to discuss openly, because that was my concern, that it meant another ambulance and meant more personnel, and it wouldn't be feasible, so.
I think the one thing we can look forward to with a partnership with Hardwick and with our partnership with New Braintree is that with possibly some regionalized grants or services out there, that we look towards the future of being able to put our ambulance in Hardwick. Obviously that's going to be the best for the citizens of Hardwick, getting an ambulance service back in there. And I think going forward, the only real way to do that with grant funding is regional or shared, whatever you want to call it. And use that ambulance to cover both New Braintree and Hardwick at the same time, and whether it's under the control of the Barre, whoever controls it, we utilize the people that Hardwick already has that are currently EMTs, maybe recruit some new staff. And, that obviously a long-range plan, but I think we have to start, at the small level first in order to get to that goal.
So if you sort of staffed one full-time personnel at the station and did a call for, an all-call for ambulance, and you get a driver in, you can get out to a call and do that. But that would be futuristic, but potential grant money, once we have another town, is probably realistic. And that could fund an ambulance to do exactly that, which would drive the cost way down and make it reasonably feasible. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I'm sorry to cut you off before you can, if you want to finish with your thought on that with West Brookfield.
No, I think for us, we just sort of want to understand. Ultimately, we have to make a decision on how we want to go. And am appreciative of understanding, the position. Of just, obviously, it seems like you would work very well with where you already do work very well with where, but from a financial standpoint, we've got a couple options, and it's good to just sort of know your perspective, Chief, so I appreciate that.
Very good.
And if I can just add, if when that draft is available, if it could be emailed directly to Julie, that would be great.
I'm sure Jess can do that for us. Thank you. Okay, do you need to sign out during our meeting? You guys need to adjourn or anything?
Adjourn.
Oh, okay.
Motion to adjourn.
I was waving goodbye. I wasn't waving.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
All right,
much.
have a good night. Thank you.
You too.
Well,
Okay, so we'll get that drafted. Just, the deal, Bob, just making sure we're not hurting the town in any way, shape, or form here, so.
No, and that number is actually less now that I see it than what the wage chief actually told me.
Yeah.
86, 823. They billed 272
Yeah.
and they got 86.
Yeah.
So that's actually better than us. We billed 1.2 million last year and we got 448.
Wow.
Yeah, somewhere around there, 450.
It's, well,
Yeah.
if your medical, policies don't cover, someone doesn't have
I know.
insurance, who's got the
But
thousand or
I
two
think
kicking around?
the important thing is, no matter what decision Hardwick makes,
We're stuck with them anyway.
it's gonna affect us.
That's
either
what I
way.
mean.
So if they go with West Brookfield 100%, or they go with Ware 100%,
Well, I don't think that, I
Those
think,
towns are gonna get the money and we're gonna do the service.
right? So right
That's the
now,
bottom
Ware does 100% of the ambulance calls in Hardwick. When they're unavailable, they're
You do.
pretty much calling us. They have called West Brookfield, so we're not the 100% backup. But, on this side of Hardwick, we've been going, so whoever they go with, we may end up. And so if they go with West Brookfield as a basic service and they need a paramedic, our ambulance goes,
Yeah.
the patient goes in the West Brookfield ambulance, our paramedic goes in the West Brookfield ambulance. Our ambulance follows West Brookfield, so now you're using two ambulances. We send them a straight bill of $300. So they pay us the $300 for that trip.
wow.
Whether they
paid or
get
not.
0 or $2,000, we charge them $300,
Wow.
and they may or may not pay it. That's
Wow.
the flip side of things. So I think it's gonna have a more negative effect on Ware, because I feel like when you're in Hardwick, when you need to go to a hospital, you're not really driving through Barre.
Right.
Where if they're going to Springfield or
Yeah.
or not Mary Lane anymore, but Wing and
Yeah,
Palmer, they have to
yeah.
drive through Ware. So they're gonna be utilizing Ware. And that just puts a strain. It doesn't make sense. This area is so lacking in EMS with ambulances. It doesn't make sense to send two ambulances.
No.
But from a financial standpoint, your hands are kind of tied because we need to make that billing revenue, right or wrong.
Yeah.
That's, how we're offsetting the cost of the
Well,
ambulance.
I'm happy with the 1 year, like you say, with some sort of a,
Right,
you
and
know,
see where the numbers really
Yeah,
fall.
see what the
If
numbers
it's really
fall.
100 calls, it's 80 calls, then that's fine. If you can-
if it is.
That would be my
you know.
suggestion anyways, was 1 year, just because I know Julie's done a lot of work. I'm not sure if those numbers are 100% accurate,
Yeah.
just because of the way she has to shift,
Right.
filter through all the information. It's, she's done quite a bit of work, so I would be curious to see if those numbers are.
What they are.
And the thing to give some thought to, if we're gonna give an option to renew, Bob, what kind of timeline? Do we say if we're gonna renew, we gotta let them know by, or they need to, we need to have an agreement by April 1st or something?
Yeah, yeah.
We need some time, so if it's not gonna renew,
Right.
they gotta go look somewhere else. They need some window.
Yeah.
Is that enough if we say April for you to have
Well,
a
I
good
think
idea if
the-
it's working,
the
or
other
do you wanna
thing
do it even sooner?
We have to do, and this is something I wanna work on with New Braintree, is we can't just say 25,000 every year.
No,
because
absolutely not. Yeah.
Well, this is the start point.
Everything's
That's-
going up, so whether
Absolutely not,
it's,
yeah.
it goes up by a percentage every year, we say the first year is 25, the second year, maybe it's 27, the
Yeah.
third year is 30, whatever. We need to figure that out, because if we just stay at and nothing against New Braintree, They were at 10,000 for 4 years.
Yeah,
I said,
it was
we gotta go up.
Yeah.
We went to 15.
They're still getting a heck of a deal.
Well,
I
we
can't
did the same
imagine
thing
them
with the
walking
senior
away.
center, though. We started off, remember, they came in for whatever their state money was, it was nothing. And I said, well, we're paying $60,000, they should pay a portion. And they gladly paid it. And I don't know if we've made that portion to stay a percentage of her salary, or if it's just been a fixed amount, but we ought to make sure that goes up with her salary.
It's percentage based.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Because
Based off of, yeah.
because that was my question at the time, it was what percentage of the personnel were theirs. And I don't know if we're continuing to modify that with their participation, because I would assume their participation numbers are probably going up.
Yeah, so it is based off of participation, so every time a senior goes into the senior center, they swipe, and so it's
Right.
based
Oh.
off of the unique swipes. And I was really nervous about last year's numbers, obviously, but
Right.
it actually still, despite the numbers being lower.
It's a percentage of
still
swipes.
About the same percentage
Right.
of previous years, so.
And so we need to do, so what we want to do is a year contract to be renegotiated next year at a certain time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So without promising or renewing, we would just say to be renegotiated, beginning in when? What's a reasonable time you think?
Well,
Should we start in
get
March
set-
or
get- yeah,
February?
don't
I mean, I think
February.
90 days is probably sufficient.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was Ware's contract? Do you remember, was it 90 days? Was it?
So our agreement, I'm just looking at our agreement with New Braintree, and it's 60 days.
Yeah.
But the discussion has to start February 1st.
Yeah.
So we can
That's
start the
about
discussion.
6 months in.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can start the discussion February 1st, and if the discussions don't go favorable or whatever happens, they have to let us know 60 days before the end of the fiscal year, which is,
Well,
what, April?
but in this case, we're not going to have that because it's not a renewing option yet. We're not even giving them the option to renew yet. So we can bring that right out to 90 days and say, beginning in April,
Mhm.
talks will begin in April to discuss another year's
Yeah,
or a contract at that point that with renewals and percentages and things that will.
right. I mean, there's always the opportunity also for the town of Barre to give the town of Hardwick 60 days as well, saying like,
Oh,
we
yeah.
don't think this is working for us.
Yeah.
So it doesn't
Oh,
have
yeah.
to be just giving Hardwick the option, it's
Oh, right,
also
you
giving
should-
the town of
either
Barre.
party.
Right,
Because
but,
that's what that's what's happened in Hardwick, is that they've given Ware the notice that they don't want to renew.
Oh.
So that's how this whole
Oh, I thought it was
conversation-
Ware didn't want to do it.
No, no,
Oh.
so Ware,
they said is Ware wants part or nothing.
right, well, Ware, originally, the Ware Selectmen, when Hardwick first entered the agreement with Ware, it was 60,000. It wasn't really as solid, nobody really knew the numbers because of the way it
Yeah.
wasn't being tracked at any level. So they said 60,000. After the first year, they said, no, we gotta go to 77,000 plus whatever we make on billing. And then, this last year, they got a new chief, the selectmen sat down and said, what is the cost? And similar to what Greg did, they came up with 133 is what it costs
Right.
the town of Ware to staff an ambulance
Right.
for Hardwick. And so the Ware selectmen said, we want to recoup 100% of that money up front, July 1st, and then whatever we make in billing is just extra. So that's
Oh,
where this
that's harsh.
conversation started, is
That's
Hardwick
harsh.
said, we can't afford the 133.
Right.
So when Julie had contacted me back in August, it was right after where
Said-
selectmen had said 133 upfront
Yeah.
plus billing, which, you're talking maybe another 90,000.
Another
Yeah.
90,000, right?
So that's how this conversation kind of started.
Yeah.
And then the new Ware chief as well, he's looking at it like I look at it and saying it's not fair if a kid gets hurt playing football at the football field,
Yeah.
that they're waiting for an ambulance from
From
Ware,
Ware.
when our ambulance is 4 miles down the road.
Right, right.
So he's looking at it from a service level, and that's where they're saying, we'll do half,
Well, that's good.
And again, there's really not a good answer for Hardwick, because wherever you are.
Well, Hardwick made these decisions a long time ago,
Right,
you know, and,
the chief's kind of in the same boat I am. No matter who they go with,
you're stuck.
if somebody calls us and says, we need an ambulance and our people are available, we're not gonna say no.
And the proof's in the pudding for service, when they started the senior center, they had like 8 people participating, that's it, so they closed the senior center.
Yeah.
Now they come here with everything going on, they get like 20 or 30, it's jumping up because there's something to do for them.
Which is great.
Right, and,
And ours was underutilized, so this way it
very
works.
much underutilized.
And again, that number, I'm not really sure how much stock I put into that 75 to 100.
Calls.
Well, you got the elderly clan, so that's gonna be a little more.
Well, the idea is to find out in the first year.
Yeah,
and-
find out, you know what I
and
mean, going to.
Design something in there that over a certain number of calls, they gotta pay us so
You
much
just
per
got the
call.
crappiest roads in Hardwick, and they are
Yeah.
crappy.
Oh, yeah.
They make Barry, trust me, they make Barry roads look really good.
We go there in the fire
Yeah,
department
and
for
I mean,
calls.
we're going on those roads
I
now.
know you
so
are.
At the end of the day, no matter
Yeah.
what happens, we may be
I mean,
doing-
Taylor Hill Road to me
these
is just an
calls.
ambulance, call, waiting to,
Yeah.
oh, that's rough. That is a rough place.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I don't know their finances, I don't know their revenues
why.
that low. I mean, they don't take care of their monies with Chapter 90 funds, they don't pay for, I don't know why.
Oh, I mean,
I don't know,
Yeah.
we're not on their board, I don't know what they're dealing with.
Oh, they're dealing with some stuff.
Yeah,
I know, but still,
They're struggling.
we certainly don't have a ton of revenue here in town, and we've done pretty well with it. And, since we stopped, cannibalizing the stabilization account to balance budget for year after year after year, things have gotten better here, and we, try to make some smart
So,
choices.
I mean, the thing is, so the way I was looking at it when she first approached me is if we got that 25,000 and we added that to the budget, so our budget goes up 25,000, that's still a zero net cost to
Right.
the taxpayers. And then when we go back at town meeting, so if we did this for this year, this time next year, if we're looking at potentially another 40,000 in billing revenue, I think that 25 grand would cover the increase in medical supplies,
Mhm.
and that may be 35,000 less than the taxpayers of Barre have to kick in
Mhm.
towards the ambulance.
But, obviously, you guys are gonna work a lot harder for it.
Not 2 calls a week, that's.
So, I mean,
They're
Yeah,
getting
if
paid.
that- if that happens, yeah.
Well, the personnel are paid to be at the station, and so we're
Yeah.
paying the guys to be
Any
there.
there, yeah.
Right, so
Good
if we
point.
can, if we send them out 75 calls and 3 overlap we missed calls, then we still benefited by 72 calls,
Yeah.
which is what he's saying, it's gonna be increased money in the call.
again,
for him.
that's, now, once we start getting, if that's 125, 150,
Now you're
that's a
problem.
different story. I mean, I think 75 to 100 isn't gonna be a huge impact. And there will be times where we already have a call going on and we'll miss one, and then
Yeah.
where we'll back us up like we
Yeah.
back them up.
Yeah.
Or if we're out of town, or both ambulances, and we have a call in Barre, we'll have to rely on mutual aid.
Yeah,
That's
happens
kinda
anyway.
happening now.
Yeah.
And if we get a call to the football field, they should send us, not where, if we're covering part of the town, we should
Right,
just
and that.
go there.
Right, but prior to this conversation, if, there's been some kids that got hurt significantly playing football, and they gotta wait for where's the ambulance when we're right up the road, and, try to explain that to a mom who's looking at her kid
Well, yeah,
knocked
on the
out,
floor,
they
yeah.
don't like that answer, and I know this is a conversation that's been had in Ware,
Yeah.
Hardwick already.
Yeah.
And then the flip side of it is, if we can get that billing revenue, and we can reduce what our taxpayers are paying to offset the ambulance, that's a win for us. And then the potential for the grants, I think.
Yeah.
The only real
Well, there's no
way
question.
we're gonna
Community
be able to get
compact
the grant
grants, maybe.
funding and make us competitive
Mhm.
versus other communities is the fact that we're already doing a Braintree. Now we can take over half of Hardwick. Our
Well, no, I
And-
applaud,
and
I applaud your, prescient attitude about this, because there's no question that the future is all about regionalized services for small communities.
And like we just talked about earlier, if we try to grow population by increasing senior housing in
Yeah.
town, it's gonna be
Yeah.
even more, well,
Yeah,
but at least there's typically insurance and coverage here for, for something, and they're not blind calls. We write off a lot of money. We must have a write-off coming probably next year, right?
Just voted one, so probably
So next year we'll do a write-off again, but we write off a lot of money that's just not recoverable. It's horrible to look at, but what can you do?
cost of doing business.
Yep, you gotta stop chasing it, because it's not gonna pay it
And
back.
I know
ever.
Julie had contacted a private ambulance
Oh,
and said, we want
yeah.
a cost for an ambulance in Hardwick 24/7, it was like $700,000.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's all the personnel, the equipment to start up.
They needed a place to
Yeah.
house, and they had to pay rent. And
Yeah.
that- So it is an expensive business, there's no
It is,
question
well,
about
but,
that.
yeah,
There's no
for
question.
sure.
And it isn't getting any better.
All
Well,
right,
okay,
so we're ready to move on with that. We're all set to, Jessica to write the letter. If you can get it to them in time and manner, fantastic. Bob, anything else when you hear?
Unless you got any other questions about the billing or anything like that?
No. Thank you so much.
All right, no
Appreciate
problem.
all the time you spent.
No problem.
Have a good night.
Many meetings.
See you, Chief.
See ya. See ya, Dylan.
All right, so we'll go back through. We have the 250th anniversary discussion we still need to pick up on.
Yes.
We didn't discuss.
Rich is here, waiting
Yeah,
patiently.
he's been waiting patiently for quite some time.
Well, he knows all about the ambulance trouble, so.
Yeah, he does.
Rich, you with us?
He's on the thing, it just.
Well, but he maybe stepped away, because usually if you,
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
there we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
We can. How we doing with our anniversary planning?
All right, how are you?
Good, how you doing?
Good, good. Here, listening to your discussions.
his,
So I sent you all an email this evening with a quick overcap of where the committee has gotten to over the past year. We haven't met recently because of COVID, but we're looking to get back to our monthly meetings. I don't know if you saw my email or not, but I did put a bunch of bullet points together for
yeah,
you.
I saw it.
We have, in the 225th celebration account, there's $2,198.44. We do need a town meeting article to move that money to the 250 celebration account. That was surplus funds left over from the 225th.
All right, and I don't know if we've established a 250th account yet, so we may need to actually formally establish a 250 account, and then we gotta start talking about an anticipation, Rich, for what kind of funds we're gonna need to allocate for this, so we can start putting some away, because we don't have many years left to put money aside for this. And next year, bearing in mind, we should have a good free cash year, and I'm hoping to take a chunk from that to put into this, but I'd like to start.
So 60,000 is a good round number to start with. We'd like the board to consider maybe 10,000 each of the 3 consecutive years leading up to 2024. And we would like to fundraise and potentially raise the other half.
All right. Jessica, Finance Committee, have you talked about that or thought about putting that aside, or what's that gonna do to us with the numbers?
So, this is the first time that I'm seeing these numbers too, so.
Right, but that's why I tried to warn you last week, meeting, that we've gotta start putting funds in for this. It's gonna be, and bear in mind, because of the local receipts last year being messed up on our predictions, we're gonna have sort of $400,000 of free cash for sure coming in next year. It should get declared at the end of this fiscal year and approved hopefully in October, November, and we should have it next fall. So I anticipate if we really had to, we could pull the lot of it out of that, but I'd like to start and get the discussion, let the town know we're doing it. So maybe not 10, because I would think finance is well along their budgeting process with only weeks out to have the meeting. But that's gonna be a discussion with, you're gonna have a finance if we can put some in somewhere. If not, we're gonna have to double up next year and go
Well,
that
would it
way.
be possible just to do it as special after the certification of B&D?
It is, well, yeah.
I mean, I think that's an easy way to, because I don't think anybody's gonna vote against this.
Right, we could hold off then and do it
I'd do it-
special.
I'd do it
and
at the special.
We'll do it in the fall sometime and do it that way.
Yeah.
That sound reasonable, Rich? Go
There
ahead.
really isn't an urgency to get money in the coffers immediately. If we did transfer the 2198 figure, that would give a little bit of money to work with, this next year if something came along that the committee needed. But as long as we're planning as a community and putting funds away towards the celebration, and again, the committee's going to ramp up the fundraising efforts to contribute, I think we'll be in good shape.
Okay, and what year did you say, Richard, 2198's from? What
That's-
year,
that's-
what,
I don't
So
know,
the 2194 is left over from the 225th celebration.
so it's been there 25
And
years.
Andrew Golas and Gene and I confirmed that number. And that money's been sitting in an account ever since 1999.
probably not interest bearing either. I just need to make sure we phrase it right for town meeting, that we're taking out of the
Yeah.
225th celebration account and putting it into and creating
Yeah.
a 250th anniversary account.
Right.
And I would expect that money will sit there for at least a year or two to make sure we paid everything out of it, but it should go away before 25 years. I would hope. And you guys are welcome, and we encourage you to use this meeting room if you want to have meetings. We do have the air purifiers, and you have the ability to get it broadcast so people can see what's going on. Hopefully that would get more interest in it. But I encourage you to.
We would like to start using your meeting room on Wednesday nights again, if that's possible.
Jessica?
Yeah, yep, definitely.
All right, you just talk with Jessica so she can arrange it, make sure you have access to the building. And at the very least, we'll make sure we record this, if not broadcast live. It's probably more of a recording thing for the committee for that. But I think people have interest in it, and that's going to help. When you get to fundraising and trying to get participation, I think the more we get broadcast out, Jess, you got something on screen, the better. So what kind of thoughts have you had so far?
He has a whole list
So,
of.
if you put some bullet points together, and I can go over some of it. Some of it I would rather not share publicly, because we want some
Yeah.
element of surprise to the community of things we're working on.
Well, fair enough then. I can review the list when I get home. I don't have access to email until I get to my tablet. And of course, work today was straight here, so I'll review it and I'll follow up if I have questions. How's that sound?
Yeah, and please feel free to email me back to the committee, and we certainly welcome the board's input. Just prior to COVID landing in Barre, we had a meeting set up for the select board and the committee to sit together and discuss some of this, and then COVID hit and we didn't, so I would certainly welcome that opportunity again at some point.
Absolutely, and you can certainly contact them and set a Zoom up. Jessica could help with that as well, to get a Zoom, if you want to get them through Zoom first and get them up to speed and agree on a date and time, or you can just, of course, tell them you have a meeting as the chairman, but that's up to you. I won't interfere with that at all. I don't know, Dylan, do you have any questions?
Yeah, real quick. You've got 9 members on your committee, is that full strength?
Yeah, I think 10 was a goal, and we've had 9, and it's working out quite well.
Okay. And Maureen, anything you have for him or
Nope.
discussions?
Nope, he did give us a quite detailed list of the
Okay,
information.
I look
think
forward to getting
you'll
to
find.
it, but
Yeah.
I keep this off. I intentionally keep my town emails off my personal phone.
Mm-hmm.
A, for the distraction, and B, because it's then you have town business on there, and the phone can be, looked at or whatever. If someone has an issue, they can subpoena your phone, and it's my business phone, so I keep everything on the town tablet, and I just keep it that way. Rich, thank you for coming. I'm sorry we kept you so long to get to this. I'm looking forward to seeing where we go with this. It's hopefully going to get, I want to see Felton Field and maybe stuff drummed up in the weeks coming before it, or interested to see how you plan the celebration, but.
It's going to be a multi-year event leading up to the main events.
Excellent. Excellent. All right, well, we'll let you go. Have a good night, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks, Richard.
All right.
Thank you.
Now, letter from Attorney Solomon regarding representing the town for the cable. What do we got going here?
Yes, so, over the past several months, we've been talking about expanding cable access to the rest of the town, and we're navigating a lot of different opportunities that will allow us to do so. And Joshua Smith reached out to me, copied the attorney that we used for our previous cable access agreement, and said that it might be who of us to consider using his service in the near future, or at least having a contract available for us to use in the event that we have, questions, or we need some sort of legal consultation as we navigate our different options for cable access.
Excellent.
Okay. Have you asked Attorney Beard his opinion as to that, or what might be wise and how to proceed with that?
I have not talked to Attorney Barre about this.
All right, because I think I'd like to see what Attorney Beard thinks of that and see what kind of proposal we'll have for for an agreement, if we wanted to retain counsel, if we're gonna be, you know, a stipend rate for consultation for the year, or if we're gonna be an hourly rate, and what that's gonna be.
Yeah, it's an hourly rate of one, I'm trying to see, I thought I attached it to your packet, but I'm not seeing it here. So yes, there was an hourly rate of, I believe it was $190 an hour.
Okay.
And it's paid out of PEG funds too. So it's not gonna come out of our legal budget, it would be covered by PEG.
Right, and I think it's wise, there's gonna be a point we're gonna want an attorney, in the way, the way this is gone, Jessica's being modest saying a few months, Selectman Erb and I have been after this for years and getting just absolutely nowhere. It's very frustrating. At town meeting, the town was gracious enough to allow us $100,000 to start pursuing this. And we've got nowhere to spend it yet. And not that we're trying to spend it. We said we're not gonna spend it unless we're gonna get something for the buck. And we can't hammer down the cable company to shoot straight with us and give us a price to do certain issues, or just, you know, price per house, or how it's gonna go, or any kind of break. Representative Berthium's been in here twice. He's got really nothing to offer us. He can't make any headway in the state level that's giving us any assistance. We're too fully covered to meet the state grants. In other words, most of the population has it. So they're targeting grants to people with like 60 or 50% coverage. We're up in around 90% or something like that. So we're not going to get help from the state, and the cable company just doesn't care. Because these roads we're talking about, you go 6 miles out and hit 2 houses, they've got no intent of running a cable wire there ever.
Well, that's what they said in the 1930s about electricity, and guess
Right.
what? It's a public utility. And if I were a cable company, there was gonna be a lot of pressure on them because of what happened in education, what happened in healthcare, for people who, regardless of where they live, didn't have access. And there's gonna be money, I think, from whatever happens with the federal money coming, that is gonna be earmarked to that. So I think we have, you know, you guys have been really forward-thinking, trying to do something, and, you know, maybe we can augment that with some of the monies that will come from the feds. And, you know, I certainly will tell you from a school's perspective, there's a lot of school pressure on the State House about what happened to kids and education and the lack thereof. And
And even a lot of the teachers couldn't get internet, a lot of the students didn't have it.
it's just absurd. And so I think that there's gonna be more pressure, and there is money earmarked, I know, in the COVID relief package, the first one, and ultimately, that is gonna sift down to us, and I'm gonna guess that that's gonna be one of the things we can spend money on.
And something we haven't used as leverage yet, that I've talked about, that we say, hey, we'll get it in the provider. And Joshua Smith says, well, they own the wires. And I said, you know what, eminent domain will take it.
Yeah.
But the reality is, if there's money coming in and the ability to do it, once we run our own wires, then we'll get into the provider as a very, very real threat. Now somebody, hey, we got 3,500 homes, who wants to hook up to them? And then we're gonna get competitive bid and pricing from people. And I don't want to discount the possibility of us spending the couple of million and getting the wiring done if we can get grant money and stuff. I did ask DPW superintendent briefly, how difficult is it to trench and bury the wires? He said, that's not hard at all, we can do that. So we can go underground.
That'd even look nicer.
Well, you'd still have to come up on poles, so whoever does it would pay the pole fee per pole. But you can skip past 6 poles and come up a pole outside someone's house. So we could certainly bury them. Most of the poles are all mounted on town property, that's why they need pole petitions to mount them. So we can trench right down beside them, bring a conduit up, put a junction box to go up to the pole and go back down in and keep going, and we can hit these roads. I think it's something we should look into the expense of, which we'll have to, when we go to our next DPW meeting next week, and maybe bring that discussion up and see what it's gonna cost, and maybe that's something, I don't know if we can use Chapter 90 funds for that, but because it's not an actual road, but it's something worth looking into, because there's still money there we could use, and whether our guys do it or we hire a company to come trench and do that, I think it's a real avenue to at least cover these last roads. And in the future, maybe we expand per year, and eventually we have our own system. That's what was Peter saying, right? They just did that.
Yeah, they did quite a, they had. there
$4
was
million
grants.
to
I think
do
what
it.
happened was every person, a group that wanted internet had to pay $1,500 upfront, but still cheap enough.
And it was done. And, you know, if there's pressure coming from the state and people want to have it, basically, once the cable's here, one person has the rates, that's it. If we own the cable, we can negotiate for that rates for our customers, so. We're not dead in the water, but we have to keep thinking and keep trying to get around their blocks.
Right.
And I think when we find the right path, then it would be wise to have an attorney to work with it for us, but I don't want to start paying an attorney $200 an hour, because the brainstorming we're capable of doing. The nuts and bolts of the contract is where we need an attorney.
I'd also, if in your travels, you know, when you hear what other communities might be working with this gentleman and what they think and what they've been able to accomplish with his help, because that could give us an idea about if other communities are working with him and have found him really helpful. We may want to talk to him.
And as I said, Mr. Smith said that really us saying, well, we'll go somewhere else, it's not a big threat, because they're like, who needs you?
I know.
But when you have 3,000 homes and you're getting sort of $100 a month per home, that's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
That's very easy to say $300,000
Yeah.
a month. A month.
It's a lot of money.
That's, millions, $36 million. I mean, come on. It's ridiculous how much money they, $3.6 million. It's ridiculous how much money they're gonna get out of this. It's a multi-million-dollar contract, and all these companies are huge. Who wants to throw away $3 or $4 million? And I don't think anybody does. And if it says, look, you throw away $3 million, or you come spend $600,000 and run the rest of these cables, you'd think they'd run the damn cables.
You would, but
And, Josh doesn't believe that's the case. I believe it would be. I think if it comes down to lose it, then he says, but what if you lose it, then no one has cable service? And I think if they refuse to serve at that point, we would have a legitimate eminent domain, right to use those wires and pay them a fair,
yeah, the last thing
A
that they
fair fee
want
for
to
it.
have is to be named a public utility. That's the best strength we have,
yeah.
because, they'll,
And that's gonna have to happen at the state level.
yeah,
So
or the federal level.
we'll see where that goes. Well, that would even be better,
Yeah,
but
it would.
unlikely. Jessica, anything else with the attorney before?
I don't have anything else as far as the attorney goes, other than, the town, again, the town has already worked with this attorney,
Right.
with the last contract negotiation. And the other thing I wanted to mention was that I did meet with Charter recently to start discussions, because I think that regardless of what route we go, we should at least be able to have Charter's offer on the table as a comparison or an option.
Right, and
So-
I want them to understand everything we're doing as well. I don't want this to be news to them that we're looking into this and upset about it. They should understand.
Yep, yeah, I know, so I had a meeting with them very recently to at least open this conversation, because as, they know that this money is available to all cities and towns to use towards broadband expansion. So naturally, their government relations team has an interest.
Right, and they'd be smarter to put the wires in themselves than let us put them in. If we put them in, they're ours.
Yep,
And didn't we get a letter in the last couple of weeks from someone saying that one of the bordering towns, picked to be the Petersham or someplace else, was interested in picking up some Barre? Or that just an email that came to me and I should have brought it
I
tonight?
didn't see anything, but.
All right, I'll go back and look
I
at it.
know what you were talking about.
Okay, phew.
Yes.
I thought I saw people CC'd and not just me.
Yep, no, I don't think that necessarily had a lot to do with us at this point. I think they're just trying to understand where we're at. But yeah, it had to do something with the service that they just implemented in Petersham and see how it could potentially cross over into Barre.
It's certainly allowed to, and they
I
get it.
think they're information gathering right now.
I would think if you talk to folks from Petersham that we can talk about this as a board, I would certainly give them permission to run wires and bring service to our unserved customers, absolutely. Charter doesn't have a monopoly here, they have an agreement for what they do for cable. But if other companies want to run cable into our internet's none of our business, which technically is what we're looking for, but it's none of our business.
All the cities have 2 or 3 different cable companies that they have access to.
Right, but we just.
No, I know that, but I'm
we
just
don't
saying
get
so.
it. And the frustrating thing is as we've discovered doing this, we have the right as a board to negotiate cable contract for those television type services. We have absolutely zero say in internet. We can't discuss it, we can't bargain for it, it's none of our business. So that's what we're ultimately pushing for, but we have no way to ask for it specifically, only that we look for cable access to those areas. Dylan, as usual, I know it's difficult when you're not here to pipe in, but if you have anything, please feel free.
Yeah, I'm on the edge of my seat with this whole thing. It is exciting to try to figure out this puzzle and extend service to as many people as possible. I know that Representative Bertheum didn't have a whole lot in terms of solutions for us, but I wonder, Jessica, have we spoken with folks at Goby's office, with folks at McGovern's office? Do you know? Or have you talked to any of those folks and listen to their perspectives on this, see if there's something that the state can do to chip in?
So I engaged a conversation with Senator Goby's office early on when I started here, and these discussions, but at this point, I haven't, and I've advocated for it, over the past couple of months as well. I don't really think that there's a lot of movement. I know that this is something that's very important to both the representative and the senator. I really don't think that there's a lot of movement at the State House at this point, because I haven't seen it. I know that other states surrounding us have taken a lot of action on expanding internet, but I don't see it at the State House here. And I think as far as McGovern's office goes, they will point us to the ARPA funds.
Mhm.
And they will say, like, here, we haven't released the guidance yet.
But maybe.
They're waiting 59 and a half days out of the 60 days that they have to give us guidance, but I think that's what they'll point to, is they'll just say, like, you have, this money coming, and you'll learn about how you can use it pretty soon. But definitely broadband is one of the biggest things that the general guidance that we've received already, broadband is one of the options for us to use it. And we'll see how it comes to us. I know that it's gonna come to us in 2 different assessments. If it's gonna be 2 assessments of 50% each, I don't know. But, we'll find out hopefully pretty soon on what that's gonna look like, and then we can plan from there on how we want to address broadband in town with a sustainable plan. And I think one of the, like I said, I really want to see some numbers from Charter, just to see at what they will come at, because I feel, and I caution saying this, but I feel like they might be a little more generous if they're seeing that they can get a lot of money from a lot of rural towns. They might be a little more generous in what they will offer as far as pricing goes.
And I understand from their perspective, infrastructure, sending a truck out here to run 7 miles or 8 miles of wire to pick up 30 customers, it's not as nice as sending that same truck into the city and just banging out new houses for this grant money as well. But I'd still prefer they come, my preference is they install the wires, they own the wires, they maintain the wires.
And they make the
But
money.
we shouldn't be footing the bill for it, at least not the numbers they quoted us before.
Right.
If it's done and they can come to a reasonable amount that they're gonna hook it up, and the fee is gonna be, $1,000 per home for these 20 homes, okay, we pick up the 20 grand or the 200, whatever it
Right.
costs us.
Right.
And we have 100, we get another 100 and everyone's covered. I think the town will agree to that. And we may get the monies in through the CARES Act or whatever other funds we have coming to do that. But I'm certainly not objectionable to us running wires ourselves, and I really want to look at that cost in owning those wires. Then we can offer Charter to lease our wires for $1, as long as they maintain them. And we have the ability then to change if we want, or to take on more parts of the town as time goes on, which puts us in a better position. But immediately, the best thing is if they will come do it for a reasonable expense. Not the 700,000 or 800,000 they quoted us before, but like 200,000. I just can't believe that they couldn't put a crew out here for a couple months and take care of it, and that crew doesn't cost them $200,000 for 2 guys in a truck. It just doesn't. So I think the number they threw us is unrealistic and unreasonable, and I'm hoping that will come down when you talk to them. And you can use those words, unrealistic and unreasonable. Quote me on it, because I think it is. I can find a lot of small companies that could probably run wire for a lot less money than that. But then, you know, there's the poll fees and everything else, and it's just a whole nuisance for us with insurance and all that to do it. Anything else on that? I think for the attorney now, we'll just pass on it for now, because you can see what else he's done, but it might be something to do if we have to get into a contract of some kind. Or when we renew in 2024, when do we renew?
2024, I believe.
But that's coming up in a couple of years. All right, COVID-19 update, we're moving.
I don't have much of an update today, other than the governor decided to close 3 of the mass vaccination sites and divert resources to regional sites, so I think,
Did you see why?
I didn't read more than the headline.
20% of the vaccinated people went to those mass sites in this whole state. 80% was done through these small towns and things.
Which, I mean, we could have told
So,
that. to the
Right, if
whole
it was,
Did you say 80?
80%.
20% was done in max vaccination sites. So those 3 sites did 20%, which was probably something around 20 million doses, and at a cost of $24 million to the state. Well, it's not 20 million doses,
I
probably.
was
The
gonna
dose-
say, I don't think you're
No,
million.
pardon me. It was like 20,000 or something. It was,
Yeah.
the number of doses, they did 20% of the doses, and it is an exorbitant amount of money. Now, I know you go to your doctor, the doctor will charge you $150 to stick you with a needle. But when we set up our sites, you have volunteers or town personnel. We do it very inexpensively. So the government just wasted, lo and behold, $24 million to set up these sites, which were not utilized people, because what they don't understand, because they live in around Boston, nobody's driving from Barre to Boston or Springfield or Gillette Stadium to get a vaccine.
Yeah.
Who has 6 hours of your life to hope you can get in there and do it, and then go to a huge crowded place that's you talk about making community and people spread around and spread the virus. Stay in your community, bring it in, vaccinate people here. Why would you want to start circulating the population around the state into big pools? Doesn't that seem counterproductive to what they're trying to do?
I don't know. Bob Kraft.
But so that's what they did, though.
Happy.
Bob
Kraft won here, but
But
I digress.
they were only getting 1/5 of the vaccinations, so they realized that they're pissing money away for absolutely nothing. And we'll probably see the vaccination rates increase 2 or 3 times with the vaccines available to the local community. So
yeah, I think, when I talked to Mr. Stevens and the fire chief out in Rutland, their averages compared to the state were astronomically higher. And so I think that's really a great resource that the town of Barre has.
And
It's a really well-run
Very
operation out in Rutland. I know that the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is back in play. I think that what has happened recently has caused a lot of distaste in the vaccine still, so I think that the Rutland site is trying to still
Pfizer and Moderna.
yeah, kind of focus on those 2 vaccines, because it seems like there's more of an interest for,
Well, 50% of the population that's getting the vaccines, women under 50, so right now.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So they're not gonna rush to get that unless it's Moderna or Pfizer, I would guess.
Right.
But
But we did very well at our clinic here in town.
Absolutely.
And if we did that again, I think we could easily vaccinate our whole town.
I'm guessing you're pretty,
Very.
I think that there's been a lot of people in the community have been vaccinated.
I think so. I haven't looked at the numbers recently. The numbers are available to us, but I think, I recently read, maybe yesterday in the Boston Globe, that we have outpaced demand in the
Yeah.
state for the vaccine,
Well, that's pretty much-
which is pretty good.
Well, Massachusetts is one of the most heavily vaccinated states in the country right now.
Yeah.
Charlie Baker
And-
has survived his
Yeah,
initial.
and 80% of that's thanks to the small communities, not the state.
Well, could be, but anyway,
Right.
we digress.
Right, so, I think that we're gonna see a lot more opening up soon.
Yeah.
The town hall is open to public now. Today was our first day back open. We kind of did like a soft reopen just to make sure that our key fob
Works.
doors were working, which I got it to work. And just to make sure that we could work out any kinks to identify any early issues that we can kind of rectify. But I think that people are going to be appreciative that they can come and do town business in person again.
I think so as well.
Okay.
People like the
Yeah.
personal
I think we're
experience.
still really, and I stress this to the staff, that we're still encouraging that people are coming in for town business. And I told the staff that, you know, it's nice that we have such friendly residents, but pandemic or not, I really hope that people are in the building for town business.
For town business.
And, you know, so the staff, because I think that during this pandemic, the staff has realized, like, there's a lot more productivity during the day if you know, people aren't coming in and out so much, so.
It's like working from home. The kids and everyone comes in. It's so hard for people to work from home. It's
Right.
a difficult thing they had to do. I think people enjoy coming back to work after that for a while.
Yeah, and I mean, the staff has really been back in the building for at least, you know, since I started here, people were back almost 100% for the most part. So, you know, it's been nice to get to know the staff and how they work, and then, you know, start to add the residents back into the mix. You know, it'll be a good transition into the summer. So everything's looking good right now.
And it's officially no masks outside. That COVID is not in the air. Going to kill you anymore if you're by yourself outdoors.
Yeah.
That was a good decision. I think that should have been done a while ago, but it's good to see people get to at least go out and go for their jogs and things now without having to worry about wearing a mask if they don't want to. If they want to, it's their business. They're
Yeah.
always welcome to wear a mask.
Yep.
But the light is visible at the end of the tunnel now. So
Yeah, I mean,
we get
you know, the case numbers still keep dropping. They're
Mhm.
still there. People are still unfortunately dying from COVID, but the number is reducing, and I think
the survivability rate is much
Yeah,
higher
oh,
than it
yeah.
used to be.
Right.
In the beginning, they just didn't know what
No.
they were dealing with.
Yeah.
And I think that's like the important message here, is that this vaccine, nobody's fooled. We don't think it's going to eradicate COVID, but the goal of the vaccine is to make sure that fewer people are dying from it, from the disease. So, and I think we're kind of getting to that point where you might still get sick from it. There's still a possibility that even if you've had the vaccine, that you can get sick from it. But the likelihood of you going into critical care or even dying is a lot
Yeah.
less.
Just good.
So that's the goal.
Okay. Other, we have no other business, strange other? Why do we bother putting that on there?
Just in case.
Yeah, there's always the
There's always some
opportunity.
Okay, use of town property for public meeting.
This is what you wanted to discuss, because we've recently noticed that, okay, we should preface with Dr. Marshall here, and I'll get into what Attorney Baird commented on this. So, several months ago, I think it was back in October, the select board decided to limit the public meeting spaces for boards and committees, because the select board has control over almost all of the public buildings in town. And so they wanted to limit the space that boards and committees could meet, to schedule it specifically for this room because it is spaced out, and this space is the only space in a public building that has the technology capabilities to broadcast or record or use any kind of Zoom capabilities. This room has the best option. And so,
Specifically to do the best we can to comply with open meeting laws,
right.
which is what we struggle with some of our committees with.
Yep, and so, that was the decision of the board, and, the compliance with it, as we've recently noted, and this is why it's been brought to the agenda, is that the compliance has fallen off. And so, Mr. O'Sullivan wanted to bring this back onto the agenda for discussion, and I think, and goes back to, what Attorney Baird recommended just a couple of hours ago, that the select board discuss this again, given that we have a new member.
Fair enough. So, part of, if you don't know if you listen to the exiting from Matt Urban when he left the board, he went through a sort of bucket list of things that we'd had discussions on and really didn't conclude with, that he hoped we'd follow through with. And one of them is potential at town meeting to suggest, propose a bylaw perhaps, that certain boards and committees such as the select board, the planning board, the conservation committee, and the finance committee are required to record their meetings with video recording, so they can be posted to people to view at their leisure. And I think for at least those 4 major committees, including ourselves, which we do, it's very important, because those are the largest functioning committees that control this town, its direction, its finances. And it's important that people have access to those meetings.
So I would say if you're gonna add that.
And to
if you-
DPW.
If you, yeah, I mean, that's huge.
DPW as well, yep, and that, I should say 5. Because that certainly controls our roads, and the most interactive thing for everybody in town is the roads and snow removal and things of that nature, the water, the sewer, everything.
Well, that's gonna change things.
So we could even include water and sewer separately from the commission, because they do meet separately from the commission. And if we propose that bylaw, this is gonna hit our PEG funds. And, we have to find a way to economically record these things. We can't just say, do it, we need to provide the
Well,
means.
You have to, I mean, you're not,
Immediately, we have it here.
yeah.
Eventually, we'd like to have some sort of recording for each of these ones, so like in a commission meeting, we could stay in the Department of Public Works building, have a recorder, we turn it on, and we get the tape or whatever media we're doing it, for Rick Deegan for the access to put it on for us, to put it on the cable access, for people to see it and to put it on YouTube. So we need to make sure we get the right medium. But the immediate time being, before we get there, we said, you know what? No more using town buildings, are off limits. Committees will meet here in this room.
I don't know if the selectmen have the ability to make that decision for all the other boards.
The buildings are ours. We can't tell them they can't meet, but we can say you're not using our buildings other than this one for meetings.
Oh, Greg, I wouldn't go there.
We did. That's
Okay, I wouldn't-
that's why we're discussing having the new member.
Absolutely wouldn't go there.
We did go there because we have several committees that meet and don't record and
Well, that-
don't do Zoom and don't comply.
Okay, well, that's a different issue. The issue is that the open meeting law, and you're trying to comply with it in an extraordinary fashion, which is a good thing. Either we provide building space, because we provide building space for people, we have to provide it so that they can go to the senior center or wherever else, or the DPW place or wherever, because sometimes, and I can appreciate that Jessica is running up and down stairs, she's gotta get this, she's gotta get that. Same thing happens at DPW, Shannon has to say, oh, yeah, I can get you that
Right, she can
paperwork.
run the
So,
office.
and I understand that that is of critical import, and so I don't know how much it would cost us to, provide 3 or 4 sites in the community where we would say, and I don't know if we have the jurisdiction to tell the Conservation Commission when it can meet, where it can meet.
They're appointed by us. They're our commission.
They're not elected?
No, the Conservation Commission is strictly appointed by the board.
Okay, but maybe.
They are a subcommittee working for us.
Okay, but not the planning board, not the water commission,
No,
not
but the planning board has a room in this building.
Yeah.
And the conservation commission also, so if they held their meeting here, if they did need to go get a document upstairs, they could.
Yeah.
But it's easy to be here and reasonable to be here so that the town can see. And I'm speaking on behalf of the town and many people who complain that what's going on. They don't know what these people do. They don't know what these boards do. And they should, and they should be able to review it.
I think it's a very good thing to have more transparency. But getting into I don't want to say this because I know we're on TV, kind of a chicken excrement fight with people relative to where you're going to meet. If we are really serious about the open meeting law, we could start with saying, you darn well better have minutes, and you darn well better have an agenda, and you darn well better be able to, have those documents available to the audit, because you and I both know what the audit says. So I'm
when the governor relaxed the laws, he said you can have these meetings outside of public view, but they said you should make every attempt to record them and display them later, not just written. To
Yeah.
record. And that ability is here, and they refuse to comply with it.
Well,
And
do
I
they
would
use
challenge
it
you
to-
to give me any benefit to using the senior center. There's no
Well, I
document.
don't even know if they meet at the senior center.
That's where the planning board's
Okay,
been meeting.
well-
There's no documents, there's nothing for them there.
Yeah, I don't-
And they're
I
in
don't
a
know if-
giant room where the air is circulated, so
Yeah.
any COVID virus is spread everywhere to
Well,
everybody.
Well,
it's-
I don't care what other facilities we make available, but I think there should be more than one facility available to people where they can meet. Because there are times when we may be meeting on a Tuesday night and a Monday night, depending on what our issues are. Half of the year, the budget and finance don't meet at all. I mean, and they're working very hard when they do meet. But I don't see the need to be so in their face over this. Is there a history I don't understand?
Well, yeah, certainly just the discussion of trying to get them to record their meetings and to bring their meetings in public,
Okay.
out to the public. And the lack of comprehension is, what is the problem with holding it in public on camera? Why are they so adverse to it? And I don't understand that.
Did anybody
What-
ask them?
I don't think we've asked that directly, what that aversion is, but.
Well, I just look
But
at this
there
as,
shouldn't be
this is
one.
like group
But there-
discipline.
But there shouldn't be one. And the only thing we thought if we could do is just say, this is a room that's available for meetings. And we schedule the meetings, and it's certainly available, it's easy to get to, and it's recordable, there's not, Jessica can line it up, they don't have to jump through any hoops, just come every meeting here, and we take care of everything else, so the public can view it and record it. It's nothing more than that, trying to get it viewable for the public, which is,
Well, don't you think we
as
should have?
far as the other boards and committees that are elected, we can't tell them how to do it.
Right.
But we're encouraging them to use the room here that's available to
Okay, so
us.
we're encouraging them, that's different than demanding them. I
Well,
just think
but-
that we should have other places within the community where we can, for example, because now you've got the 250th anniversary committee that wants to meet, you got the Conservation Commission, you got the DPW group. I don't know how you could have it just, you only have 4 days in the week, nobody wants to meet on Friday night. So I'm saying that I think it's a good idea, it's a good thing to venture toward. I think we have to say to people, here are the areas that will be available to you for meetings, and if they are an appointed board of us, yeah, we can make them.
There is not often occurrences where multiple committees meet at the same time. It does happen, but it's usually not. I believe the planning board meets on Tuesday nights, and I think they meet the second Tuesday night of the
I don't
month. So they'll meet, not tomorrow, but a week from tomorrow.
Are they
So
the,
there are off
are they
week
the
and off.
reluctant
Well, they and the
child that-
conservation, the conservation was using a room upstairs, which we asked them not to do. You can't have access to that room unless you're a town employee misusing your key. And that's the general public, or even these elected committees, they don't have keys to our buildings.
Well, that was
But-
before.
But let's be very clear. We absolutely control the buildings, we absolutely control the keys.
Mm-hmm.
If people want to use the town hall building, they come to us, fill out a form, pay a rental
Mm-hmm.
fee, and we allow them access. And these committees are no different. If they want to use our buildings, they're supposed to seek our permission to use these buildings to have their meetings. It's a town meeting, a public board, and a public meeting, and we want them to have a public building. But they should work with us and use the building we want them
Well,
to
the thing-
use because
okay,
of this.
I
But
can-
no one has keys. And
Okay,
what-
I
I'm gonna
can-
finish though. Upstairs, what we had again, and this is twice now, we have the conservation committee come in, and one of our employees is taking her POG to get in this building, and her key for her job with the town,
Yeah.
not as a committee member, and now allowing people outside of the designated people in this building in the building. Now, for COVID, this building is shut off to everybody. They don't have the right to be in this building. It's certainly going up into a room that's not on camera and does not have the right ventilation in it that we've put forward. We went through great expenses to make sure there's air purification places. And we can also look at our personnel policy and say, if you have a key, your key is to get to your job and do your job. It's not for extracurricular use without our permission. And I absolutely think, like, you don't want this, think this high school wants just anybody walking in there whenever they feel like it. They certainly control who accesses the building, and they should. We can't just leave our town buildings open for everybody to do what they want, and that includes our committees. So I'm not telling the elected board where they're gonna meet. What the planning board did is, they said, we're gonna go to Legion Hall and meet there. Well, that's your business. It's private property, it's out of our say. We didn't tell them they can't do that.
It's,
But to have a town employee open a building outside of business hours without our consent and without knowledge use of the building is inherently wrong. And I think the employees should understand that. The keys they're given are not to be used for their leisure.
Well, is this I think there's gotta be a whole lot of back stuff to this, because you can't tell me. This seems petty, terribly petty. Now, I'm saying, okay, I don't know the backstory. There's a backstory. You can't tell me there isn't, because this is a big.
There is not. There is not a backstory.
Well, I just have
this
no
is simply
idea,
you're trying to get people to
having
comply.
managed in organizations like you have, I know that sitting down and having a reasonable conversation with everybody and saying, how can we make this work? Whether it's planning board or whatever, so, it's really, you shouldn't be using your key to do this. I bet nobody said to this person, hey, you, don't do that. And you're not happy she does it.
The committees have all been told that they shouldn't be
By
using the
whom?
rooms.
By whom? By Jessica?
Yep, and the employee that uses key again for the Conservation Committee, she was directly told not to do that. As our employee, she was already directly told that she is not to use her key from work to open that room and let people in it. So she's directly violated her boss's demands for her employment.
Okay, so.
So we have an issue there that I want to get to in another time.
Yeah.
And the other employee that just did this in the senior center, no one's told him not to do that as of yet. And I think that needs to be done. And then we should let Dylan pipe in a minute too, but there is the issue of, it's not about controlling what the boards do, but for our employees that have keys to the building, we expect them to behave in the manner we want.
Mhm.
And if these committees do want to use a room, then come to us with a way that you're going to make sure it's recorded and safe, and then we can arrange you to get into the building. But don't sneak behind our back and break into the building or sneak into the building when we've already said you should not do it.
Okay.
Every member's been told no.
Okay. I still feel, okay, that I'm obviously wrong, that there was never a time when everybody sat in this room who's on a board and everybody said, look, here's what we're trying to do. Our goal is to try to get everybody to record meetings. Now, in order to do that, we can sort of all use the same room, but that's kind of tough because there's a lot of meetings. Okay, maybe we should put another room in, operation sort of like this. I don't know where in the district we'd pick one, but we could pick one. And then and did anybody have the opportunity to have a conversation about this other than poor Jessica having to go and say, hey, the selectmen said, I just find this, it seems petty that they won't do it, petty that we're kind of fighting over this, where it seems such a simple thing to work out.
It would seem.
That's what I'm saying, so there's
Dylan-
gotta be a backstory.
Dylan, what's your take? Do you think there's a backstory we're missing here to this? Because I certainly don't know of one.
Well, I don't know about any backstory other than I don't know why a committee would want to, if they have the choice between using our room and going somewhere else in the building that isn't recorded. Why would you choose to not be recorded and have a public facing element to your meetings? I just don't know why anyone would want to not have as much transparency as possible in dealing with the public. But I guess if there is a question about our room itself not having enough availability for all these boards and commissions, like we use PEG access funds to set up a system like we have in the Selectmen room, in the third floor, or maybe at the DPW or I don't know, is there room at the Stephen Brewer building for an alternate meeting space that has a similar setup that we have in that room? Because maybe
That's really not conducive, it's very small and not useful for any kind of public, gathering in.
What's that, the
Stephen Brewer room.
The
That's just a
training
little
room there is larger than this.
No way. It might be longer, it's not wider.
I don't,
It's.
I've been in it a lot of times.
I think the way it's set up with all of the tables make it a lot smaller.
Looks like it's a good sized space.
Well, I've never thought this room was so great.
I would say square footage wise, that room is pretty close to this.
Yeah.
It's a little longer and a little narrow, but it's not significantly different than this. But there's no recording devices there.
See,
And-
I would say that there's certainly the senior center for the fact that there are times when people are standing room only out here coming out the door.
Well, we're not talking about public access still. When it's public access, I don't care where they're meeting. If we're back to open public and have public access, then there's no public issue.
You can watch it on Zoom.
Do whatever you want, not on Zoom, they can go to the meeting.
Yeah.
But in this time when they can't go to the meeting, this recording is very important, or Zoom is very important. And once again,
So what is it we want this
we
bylaw to say?
can put cameras in all these places. I can't make the planning board turn it on.
Oh, I'm not saying.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I'm not saying you're wrong at all.
Only the town bylaw could say these, and once again, if we propose to the town that all these committees are recorded, and we put funds forward for it, then it's the town's decision.
Mhm.
And I really believe I'm representing the town's opinion on this. And if I'm not, then the town says, no, who cares? And then we've done our job. And I think our job right now is to watch out for the townspeople in this.
See, I think, quite frankly, our job right now is to gather the group that we want to have comply with this request that we have. And say, this is the reason why, it's really important to us, it's important to the town, so we would like you to comply with this. And maybe they'll say, we're not doing it. I don't think they're gonna say that. I don't think anybody ever asks them that, say, other than saying Jessica there, giving them the opportunity to say, yeah, that's a good idea, could we have two places?
We started with asking them to come to the meetings here so they could be recorded and keep it open. And the committees refused. We've invited the planning board here a couple different times to come to our meetings, and they refuse.
What do you mean they refuse? I don't get that.
They're a different committee. We can't tell them to come to our meeting. They don't want to come to our meeting.
Wait a minute, if you ask another a group, say to the planning board, gee, could we have a joint meeting about blank? They won't come? They won't
We can
participate?
certainly try it again on this. You
Okay,
know,
well, then
we-
there's a lot of backstory, because if any community has the situation where one group, okay, elected by the people, and another group elected by the people say, gee, could we get together and talk about this issue? And one group says, we're not talking to you. We got a bigger problem than whether we're recording the meetings.
Well,
See, that's the backstory that I have to believe exists. There's got to be some issue that has driven people away, so far away from each other, that we can't even have what is a reasonable conversation that you're having about transparency.
that's what I want is transparency. And
Maybe the way we're asking for it just hasn't been really helpful.
For the immediate result, if we're hoping to result, to have people come to this room. We've asked people not to use other buildings.
Have you asked the DPW group to come here?
No, because once again, it's elected commission, and that commission is.
Well, the planning board's elected.
Have we asked them to come here? The answer is yes.
Yeah.
And the other members don't want to come here, they want to hold it down there. And that's where the chairman continues to hold it, and Jason seems to say when they have the meetings, they not have the meetings. And we can certainly, once again at the meeting, we can bring it up and discuss it and ask them to come here again.
Yeah.
And we have asked on several occasions to come here, and they don't want to come here.
Well, then if they don't want to come here, and they have the authority not to come here, you're saying we, as selectmen, want to put a bylaw on there to call their hand, say, you will do this.
No, give the town the opportunity to say no.
To tell them to do that.
Right, the town's gonna say, no, we will hear from our boards and committees and be public, or we won't.
Mhm.
And it's not about saying to be here, to say they're gonna be recorded, then have your meeting in here. Conservation Committee goes upstairs to a room that's a sixth of the side of this.
Yeah.
So you can't say they're worried about safety or anything like that.
Oh, I'm not.
And they go to that room and have the meeting there, why?
I don't know.
But if the town's.
I would like to just ask them.
Right, if the town.
Maybe there's a reason, not the one that I know.
If the town
of.
says they want to have their meetings,
Mhm.
and they recorded so they can see them, then that's the town's choice. And if the town says, no, we're not concerned about it, then I'm not concerned about it.
Mhm.
Quite frankly, I don't care.
Well,
I think if they're not worried, I'm not worried.
yeah, I think that the important thing is to try to engage in the conversation with, but you said the Conservation Commission works for us, so we can make them do that. To find out what
Well,
it
we
would
have
cost.
attempted that, and that's the thing we've discussed next, is we've attempted that, and our employee that had the key used the key again to let them into that room again, and had a meeting again, not recorded, in the room that we've specifically asked our employee not to go into off hours.
Well,
And I'd suggest we
I don't
take
know
her
what
key
you-
away before, and perhaps she can be checked into the building when she comes in, if I can't trust her with a key for the building, but when you ask her twice and she does it twice and doesn't have any respect for the administrator, saying that's not what the key's for, don't use it for that, and then she does it again, it seems petty to take her key away, but what else do we do?
Well, no, I think the issue is that if the Conservation Commission is appointed by us and works for us, is the issue that they are not following the directive of the appointing agency?
That's
This is
part
the
of it.
problem? See, I just have to imagine that there's something else going on where they're resisting this. I don't know what that is. I mean, is it that they have the meeting room and they want their own meeting room because that's what they've always done? I don't know, could be. I'd just like to hear, why won't you do this? It seems a simple request to me.
Yeah.
And this is playing really hardball before I've even had the opportunity to say, what's with you people? Why won't you do this? Because maybe I've been listening and go, okay. And maybe I'm just too naive and thinking that this seems so incredibly
Well, let's
easy to.
let's back it up for a minute. Part of our discussion earlier, I'm going to sort of back on something we talked about. You said whether or not we have the authority to tell people they can or can't use town
Yeah.
buildings. If we wanted to say, as a board, say, we're going to close the Henry Woods building to the public, we did, and we did. We have that authority. If we want to close any of our town buildings to the public or to anyone, we can close the building. That is fully within our board's authority. So we do have control of the buildings and how the buildings are used. Yes, public meetings with publicly elected groups are expected to be in public buildings. And we've tried to make a way that they would do that here. It's a sticky wicket. Other towns have had the same issue. I talked to the chief of police about it. Other towns have had the issue, and they've gone in and removed the committees that have gone to those rooms they weren't supposed to be into. And they've lost that battle in court because it was a public committee in a public building. The only way to control it was, as talking legally with the police, is controlling the keys and controlling the building. If we shut the building down, they can't get in, then that stops them from having the meeting there. And that's really where we're at with that. And we have already factually, as a board, shut the buildings to the public people. And you can certainly make a motion tonight to overturn that and change it. You can make a motion, and Dylan can second it or not, and we can entertain it and vote on it and remove that policy if you wish. You have every right to bring that up, and we'll get a consensus of what we do. But full disclosure is we've already done it. We've already factually said not to do it. And we have now had one employee twice and a different employee once open doors to buildings that are off limits to them in these committees when there is one readily available. And I don't understand why they're still doing it. We can certainly bring them in and ask them, and I'd love to bring them in and ask them. But for me, right now, we do have two town employees that have both done that. With the key trusted to them to do their jobs, they've broken our policies and allowed an illegal access, which straightforward. If this was a citizen that walked into that building and got into that building after hours, they would be arrested for criminal trespassing. This is a committee or board, they're allowed to be there. Within reason. It's a gray area in the trespass. They've been told
Gray area?
They've been told not to be there.
Well,
And we have the authority of the building, we've told them not to be there. The means of access is a gray area. I think, obviously, let me predicate this. I don't want to arrest any town personnel or get criminal with anyone. Let's be really clear about that.
I hope.
But I'm just saying, if somebody broke into a town building and did that, it is a criminal trespass. It is a very real thing. And when we have our employees not following the rules and taking keys and doing stuff after hours against our explicit instructions, that's a concern. And we need to find out from those employees why they did that and ask that they don't do it anymore.
Okay.
Because the only other recourse to that is if they don't comply with our wishes as our employees is disciplinary actions. And I don't want to do that either. None of us want to do that. We just want them to have the dang meetings in public. And that's where we're at.
Well, I'm guessing that there has to be another side to why they're resisting. I don't know what that is, and maybe it's silly stuff.
I don't know either.
Okay, but.
If I knew, I'd tell you, believe me.
Okay, but I have the feeling, and I would never vote for this without at least having the opportunity, and I mean, it doesn't matter, because you probably already got 2 votes anyway, where I would sit down and say to the planning board, what is this? I'm new, I don't get this, this makes no sense, what's your problem? Because they have to have some reason in their heads. It may not be a reason that I can, and I might go, are you serious? Or I might go, oh, I get it, okay. Because so many times in my career, I have said, this is so stupid, why won't they do X?
You can't know what someone else is thinking.
Exactly, and so when I look into it, I go, oh, okay, that makes sense. And so maybe something makes sense, and then we would say, you know what, we'll do this, and yeah, that does make more sense. And because this level of resistance says to me, we're not seeing something. Right? Because this isn't normal. This is like, makes no sense. If you said to me, hey Maureen, tomorrow we're going to meet at the blank, 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 I say, okay. Right? I
Why?
can't, yeah. So there's got to be another side to it. And I would just like to say, give me a week to just say to the planning board, what's your problem with this? Because there's got to be a problem with this. And that they see. And maybe it's because, on candidates night, you probably weren't listening to this, but they went into a conversation with Matt. Like, are you going to be part of the less than, nice relationship between the planning board? Why was all this hostility? Some kind of crazy question. And he went, yeah, I'm part of that problem. And then he went on to talk about it. I didn't get it because I didn't know all the backstory to that. But I said, And so I'm guessing that there's some issue there. There's some issue going on between the planning board and the select board, at least from Matt's perspective. That's what he told the public. I said,
Probably back to the marijuana bylaws.
It could be.
We had,
could be, I don't know.
we had developed bylaws that would logically pertain to the select board for overseeing certain things. And then the planning board was trying to generate their bylaws. And they were doing a lot of stuff that was redundant to what we were doing. For example, the planning board legally.
Okay, so they have an issue.
Legally, right now, they are the overseer and the enforcer of things like odor and light from marijuana facilities. Where is the planning board ever the overseer of
Usually it's the
how
Board of Health, yeah.
of how a facility is run?
Yeah.
And they balled it all into their bylaw. And it was frustrating because we're like, but that doesn't make any sense. You guys, which one of you is going to enforce this? They said, well, we're not going to enforce it.
This is part of the backstory, I'm thinking.
Right, and I said, well, your bylaw says you enforce it. So we argued against it at town meeting, those parts of it, and it was passed. And as soon as it was passed, I shook their hand and said, hey, congratulations, we finally at least have bylaws.
Yeah.
But because I make a point to show the public, here's the flaws in this and here's the potential problems. You have a law that says if little Johnny does X, A happens. And we have a law that says if little Johnny does the same X, B happens. You can't have two different laws for the same action. Which board has precedence over it?
Well,
The elected planning board or the elected select board? Which one has enforcement? Do you double enforce? I mean, anytime you have that redundancy, we expected the state would kick it because of that, and they didn't. So, of course, we didn't run to the state and tell them there's redundancies in it. But there are several, and it's overlapping authorities, which shouldn't happen.
Yeah, well,
And
that
that's my
actually-
guess is
yeah.
the only issue, but that was,
Yeah, but
we had those discussions
but-
until the laws were passed, and they're passed.
Yeah, well, my hope is that, if you can solve a problem with communication rather than a stick, I'd rather do that. I'd rather have them say, this is the problem, and I can understand, or I come back here next week and say, you're right, this is unacceptable. They just don't want to do it. And that's not right either. And so if they have some reasons and they think that if we did this and this and that would make sense for them, if they had another 2 rooms or whatever, as far as this employee or employees, my guess is that they have been using these keys to let their group, okay, for 100 years. And that has been their past practice. And if you want to try progressive discipline, good luck. Been there, done that.
The other thing
When-
we can do is, like POG access, we can shut their POGs off after 5 o'clock at night so it doesn't work, so they can't get in the
you
building.
can do all those things, but all those punitive things do not help us all as a community
Right.
work together. It just doesn't.
No, it does not.
And I'm of the mind I would like to at least sit down with, I don't know who's the chairman of the planning board, is it Doug Martin
I think it's
still?
still Doug.
Okay, I would say to Doug, why are you doing this? This makes no sense to me. And maybe he'll say, this is why, we're sick of getting told what to do by the selectmen. And if it's that silly stuff, then we gotta, come on, grow up. Because the public does have a right to have transparency and to have, opportunities to, participate virtually in meetings.
Well, let me give you some homework before you do that, if you take it. I challenge you for the last year to find any video or minutes of their meetings to see what they've done for the past year.
Well, they have to have minutes.
Review them.
I-
See if you think,
listen,
see if you think this.
I've
see,
been- I've
I-
made
I'm
a-
just saying, see if you think they're sufficient, and you get an idea as
Well, I
to
would say
what-
if we have open meeting law problems, and we do according to the audit that has been done by the town, we do. And it is in,
I believe you do.
it is in some areas where the selectmen are present, okay?
Yes.
Yes,
I would agree.
okay.
I will agree with
And
that.
so I would say before I would go and chuck a stone, I would say, okay, well, we all need to do a little cleanup.
We need as a board and that other commission to push to get it here. For a while, we did have recordings down there, and I'd like to get them again.
Yeah.
And that's why I think if we do propose a bylaw that says that these committees will all be recorded, and we provide through the PEG access funds, we get these recorders set up, we can at least provide the avenue to make
But
sure
see, I'm-
they're done. At least the ones that we go to, we make sure they're recorded like this.
I believe that, as you review the audit for FY '20 and you review our audit for, the previous year, FY '19, you will see that we have been, scolded in our management letter about the issues that you discuss.
Yeah.
Shame on us if we don't bring those documents to these boards and say, you see this? It will never be in another management letter for this town. And if it is, these things are public. I mean, what is wrong? I think that people have just done this for a long time and just, kind of have,
If you listen to me the first 2 years in this seat, every single meeting, just because you've done it for the last 10 years doesn't make it right. Let's
Well-
do this the right way. And
But I think-
that was my echo
Yeah.
every single meeting.
but I think that
Everything they wanted to do.
yeah, but I think that the selectmen, you have, this wonderful setting that's really working well for you guys. You do it well. I don't know how many people enjoy it, but anyway, you do it.
Enough, because you hear about it.
Oh, okay. And so my concern is to try to bring, I feel badly, you know who I feel badly for? Is the town clerk. Because she's responsible for this.
responsible. They
and
don't
she
realize
doesn't have the-
they're
yeah.
putting her head on the
Yeah, and
chopping
poor,
block for
and
this.
she does not have, or exercise she doesn't have the authority. When you have the responsibility to something, but you don't have the authority to fix it, that's an untenable position.
Sounds like unfunded mandates.
Well, that too, but, so I really would, before we, take a vote on the use of town, can I have 2 weeks? Let me chat with these people, because,
Because I wasn't trying to make a vote. I wanted you brought up to speed. I wanted everyone publicly to hear what's going on.
to hear me whine and
No,
complain
I want
about
the whole
this.
public to understand what's been going on, and I'm
Yep.
open about what we've tried to do. People may certainly say the same thing. It seems real harsh for you guys to say you can't use any buildings. The goal is to get them in here to be on camera until we can do something different. When COVID's gone and people have their meetings again in public, I don't care where they meet.
Mm-hmm.
Open it to the public, post it, let people come to the meeting, come see it.
Mm-hmm.
But beyond that, I believe we need to start recording these things. They're easy to put on YouTube. They're easy for people to go on. Anyone wants to see a selectmen meeting for the last 4 years, click, 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 we're there. They can watch what we've done.
This is a
and said.
scary thing, Greg,
And-
that I do agree with you.
And I want that for everyone.
About what we would like to have as a product.
We need to get there.
I just disagree with the road we need to take to get there.
I like that. See, this is, that's what I said all the time, and Matt and I just read a lot of things all the time. But if we have bobbleheads on the border all like this, we're gonna get nowhere. We have to have difference of opinion. We have to find a path through that difference to get the best result for the town we're gonna
Absolutely.
get. So that's why we're bringing it up, so you can have your input. I want you to fully understand, like it or not, agree or not, how we
Right.
got where we are. I don't think I'm misrepresenting anything we've done for how we've gotten
I
here.
mean,
And Jessica will tell you if I am, she'll call me
And
out.
the thing that I would tell you is, and that we've all learned in life, I'm sure, that perspective is a very strange thing.
Oh, yeah.
That what you think we've done as a select board will not be has been interpreted. And then we have to say, okay, somehow we have to move on, and we have to get better transparency. And really, if we have the opportunity to create better meeting facilities, that's a good thing. And to have more people utilize the technology is a good thing. And as far as people using their fobs and stuff, whatever, that's kind of a side issue that, you know, I know you've
Right.
obviously, you've probably been dispatched to take that terrible job.
To me, the intent of the fobs and the keys, so people can get in here and do their jobs. That's what they're for, they're
Well,
not for.
I would like to say that, okay, let me just give you an example like this, okay? The custodians have keys to everything, right? Everything. right?
Absolutely.
And technically, you're not supposed to let somebody in the building that's not supposed to be there. But here's what happens.
Need to use the bathroom.
There's mom with the 7-year-old. He forgot his book and he can't do his homework.
Yeah.
So, you know what happens, right? The door is open, the kid stands in the foyer, the mom would think, go get your desk, get your book. Okay, now I could go absolutely crazy and say, oh my God, you let this parent in the building to get the kid's book. Somewhere in the middle of all of this is reasonableness and
Right.
understanding the mission that we have as a community and sort of I hope, the camaraderie we have as joint, joint people trying to do public service.
I would hope so as well.
Yeah.
And I'm
I'm
dumbfounded. I would love to find out why, other than, if this is about the bylaws for marijuana, that's so far water under the bridge, I don't understand why
See,
it would still be an issue. I don't
yeah,
understand
I
the
don't-
resistance
I don't
to
even,
having meetings here in the room. I don't understand, but, the employee that's been told, don't use a key, and then does it again, I don't get that. Gosh, I don't get
well,
that.
you know what, people do a lot of things when they're mad and they think that in some way they've been disrespected. That's what this is telling me about. I've only seen people behave this way. I've always understood that as being in charge of anything, all we really have is the opportunity to persuade. In the end, trust me, I can make somebody do something, but in the end, passively, aggressively, they can do me in. And when you look at it, I'm reading this as, there's another side to the story that I don't understand yet, that we need to just understand. And yeah, we could get to a point where we say, no, you are absolutely right. There is no other side that's reasonable, but I don't know.
suppose I get frustrated because if someone presented something to me and I had an objection to it, I tell them. And I
You
tell them
would.
what. I know. I would. And, I often tell people you can't judge people by your standards
Mm-hmm.
because yours are different than theirs. But it becomes frustrating to deal with others when it's something very simple and they just don't do it and there's no logical reason why. You would think there must be one.
So there is.
Absolutely. But give it to
There is,
me.
there is, and I mean, just in my
But
fantasy
bottom line,
world.
we gotta have these things recorded for the public, and once things open up, go back and have it in your room. I don't care. Have it wherever you want. Public welcome, I don't care where it's in the broom closet over here, the public's welcome. Pile in.
But I would tell you,
I don't care.
I don't agree with that. I agree that it should, if we're gonna continue to do recordings and so forth.
I want recordings regardless. I
Yeah,
want
that we
recordings.
should have them whether we have the public sitting there or not, I think.
Right.
And we just have to kind of figure out how can we make this happen without locking and loading at the town meeting.
Well, asking for a town bylaw that says we record all these things,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's locking and loading. That's the public's opinion. Do you guys want to pay for these recordings or don't you? And if the town says yes, then it's on the boards to comply with the town's wishes.
Well,
And if they
well,
don't,
yeah,
and
but
if they don't, the town has a poll.
But it's
the election to take care
it's
of.
about us, though, to comply with having at least 1 or 2 or 3 sites for people to have a recorded meeting. I don't think we should try to do
Oh,
one
no, no, no,
wherever
no.
you say
I'm not
throw the floor up
suggesting,
in a
I'm not
closet.
suggesting that we say all meetings be recorded in this room. I'm suggesting that the bylaw we present says that the following meetings shall be recorded so they may be posted for public viewing at their leisure online later. And that recording,
And there are
that
the.
recording avenue can be here or wherever, as long as it's recorded.
Yep.
And the town shall provide recording devices to those committees to do it.
Okay.
And whether that means a recorder for each committee or a recorder in certain rooms, it doesn't matter. I don't care how and where, I just want it recorded,
Okay.
because that's what I think the people want. So the suggestion I'm making that we put up for a bylaw is just that we say that these committees and boards will record, they shall record their meetings, and they shall be posted within 30 days,
But
or
we-
it should be 2
saying
weeks
that
to
would
the site.
ultimately be a bad idea, but you know what I would like to see? I would like to see all the boards go to the town meeting with the expectation that this is going to happen and that they're not, and that they support this.
I would hope so. But it's.
But we're
once
not
again,
gonna get there by.
We're here on camera, on public, because we're not trying to submarine and surprise people
I
with this.
understand that.
I'm furthering a discussion that Matt tripped off on when he left again, and this is the first of the things he said that I've chosen to pick back up on and say, this, I feel strongly about this.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should be recording our meetings. I think they should be accessible to people online whenever they wish. And if somebody wants to review something and say, well, wait a minute, didn't they say something different 2 months ago? They should be able to research that and find it out. And right now they can't.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to offend the committee, it's not my goal. But yeah, if recording meeting offends committees, that doesn't bother me.
Well, I don't think it's the recording of the meeting that's offending anybody. It might be,
It might just be me, I get that.
It's not often the.
Oh, no, it very well could be me.
It's not often the
But
message, sometimes it's the
They
messenger.
just need to tell me that.
But, I just,
I would hope that this topic would be a little bit more important, this matter of just being accessible to the public than a personal gripe or a problem of delivery. I would hope that. I would hope that
well, see,
having this information available to everybody would be more important than a.
you know what my fantasy is? It's not about recording meetings. It's not about that. It's about being told, perhaps, feeling disrespected. But this is only my fantasy
Right,
now.
they were asked before they were told several times, but that's why we get to saying, okay.
Well, the thing of it is, since we've
In
gotten
this
at
one.
least 2 years of audit reports that we've had, we don't have the stuff that we're supposed to have. We have good ammunition to say, you gotta do this.
Yep, I agree.
I agree with you, Dylan, that it would be a Pollyanna kind of world that Maureen lives in, that people would have said, oh yes, this transparency is so important to me, I can't wait.
What I'm hearing is, I'm hearing Maureen volunteer to go talk to these committees, so we don't have to order them into our meetings.
Absolutely.
Because that doesn't go well
I will
either.
be happy to do that, and, because I don't know.
I don't know either, I'd love
I don't
to.
know what you guys know, because I haven't been here.
Whatever the
So,
adversity
I
is to the board, I'd love to hear it.
I would. I would, I'll ask, just give me a name, make a call, and I will say to the person who's using the file, what the hell are you doing that for? And they'll say, you know what they're gonna say? We've done this for 100 years. I know you're gonna say, just because
I
you've done
know.
it for 10. Okay, and I'm sure it's because they're secretary for the board, and then they let the people in? Is that the deal?
Yes.
Yeah.
One is and one's not. One's
Yeah,
just a
and
number.
again, when the pressure is only being applied here and not at the DPW, it says a whole lot to everybody else.
We need to bring the pressure there next.
Yeah, we do.
We've
Well, I
discussed
don't think
it,
it
we
needs to
haven't got
be
them here.
pressure, it just has to say,
We will
look,
have to be.
okay,
We really tried to get them here too, they don't want to do it. We kept saying, hey, they can have the meeting here, they can have, nope,
Yep.
they're gonna hold it down there. And
well, see, it's all about territory, I get that.
comfort zone, maybe, I don't know, maybe.
Okay, I'm done, I'm sorry I took so much time with that.
No, it was necessary, and this, like I said, and never apologize for having a disagreement with me. I like to argue, first of all. I like to support, I say something, it's for a reason. I don't just spit crap out there. If I say something, I have a reason for saying it. I mean what I say what I mean, and I'm glad to explain why, because a lot of times clarifying that to people helps them make sense of it and see where I'm coming from. I've certainly had several circumstances in my life where people upset me about something. Then you sit down and talk to them about it, they go, oh, well that seems normal. Well, yeah, I'm not doing things. What I say first and foremost, there's nothing in this seat for me except for donating my time and trying to get this town to be a better place for everybody. And I've told a lot of people in the past that I want to see community back. When I came to look at houses for this town, 20 years ago now, I ran into people that stopped for lunch. You'd see a house and you'd go get lunch and you'd run into people that had something to say about Barre. Oh, do you like to hunt? Do you like to fish? Do you like this? Or what do you see that? Everybody had something that I talked to. It's something nice to say about this town and brag about this town. And that's been gone for a while. And that's what I want back. I want that sense of community. I want people to be proud of this place.
Well, then,
Probably the first year I lived here, I went to the Congressional Church for the Hymn and Bean Supper by the Boy Scouts. And it had snowed when I first moved here, 2 feet of snow. And I come out and it's dark in the evening, the lighted common, and these snowflakes, I swear, the size of softballs come in. I'm going, holy crap, I live here. I mean, how great is that? And I want people to feel that way again. They feel that way by trusting the boards. And when you go to the special town meeting, they let this board have $100,000 for cable because we said, trust us, and they did. That means a lot to me, and I think it meant a lot to the whole board that they give us that trust. And that trust is earned, it's not given, it's earned by being open and being transparent. And I want the other boards and committees to come into that fold and do the same thing. I believe we have good people in all of our boards and committees. I believe we have honest people in all of our boards and committees. And I don't think they have anything to hide. So I don't understand why they don't want to do it. And it'd be great if you can find something out and get them to do it, because I think they should be proud to be on camera, and they should be proud to have this town see what they do in the time they spend on behalf of this town. Because these committees are not paid either. And people have to understand, all of us, other than Jessica, who's not paid for these kind of hours, but
Not for these kind of hours.
but we're not paid to do this. This is a stipend that I, of course, never take. In most of these, if they get stipends, it's a pittance. It's not for the money, and there's no gain in it for us. If there is, then we're doing something dreadfully wrong. And hopefully, there's no gain in it for any other committee members either. They're here because they've lived in town. They have a knowledge of certain aspects of the town, especially like. I know Ron Rich in conservation. Well, he's a logger. He does tree work. He knows a lot about the environment and things. And he's a townie. These guys have been here all their lives. They know a lot more than I do about the town. That's why they're on these committees and boards, and they are invaluable to the town. I just want them to understand the benefit of being transparent and the trust it gets from the town for their boards and committees. When you're open and honest and they can see everything, then there's no suspecting, well, what are they hiding? Why can't we see it? That suspicion grows like wildfire. And that's simply avoided by just doing everything above board and open in the meetings and on camera. And I really
Well,
want to say
I'll spend my time, and Jessica can give me some names that I can talk with and see what, we can sort of work together to put, this to bed in a much, in an open way, and let's see what's going on in their heads, because it makes no sense to me that they would be rejecting this just because they can.
We've been
It makes
having
no
this
sense.
discussion for probably 6 months or so,
Okay.
if not 8 months. And this is why we're so frustrated with it, to the point we're at.
Okay.
But no, we haven't had him in here to talk about it on camera. I'm drawing a blank. One of our search committees for town administrator, they didn't want to meet with us on camera because they didn't want to be on camera. And I'm like, why? And whether it's, I got the impression it was just personal issues. They don't want to be seen in public. They self-conscious something. I don't know.
Well,
It could come to that as well.
I will guarantee you, I won't go home and watch any of these meetings.
Oh, it's lots of fun. No, someday you will. Someday you can look back. Wait a minute. What exactly did we say? And the only way to know exactly what we said is to go back and look.
Absolutely, and it's never good.
And
it's
well,
never good.
Well, it's usually as clerical, but all
It's
right.
never good.
We've
Okay.
kicked this horse a
Yes,
little bit
we
too
have.
much. Dylan, you all set with it?
The horse is dead and desperately not ready to
All right.
get up and run.
Meeting minutes you already approved. We're down to correspondence. Anything specific we want to bring up tonight, other than we already talked about
Solomon.
that and the personnel issue? Did you get anywhere with that today? I don't want to discuss that, but there's a personnel issue with the insurance. No, with the insurance for
Oh, I haven't gotten to that yet.
the worker.
I have
Yeah.
not gotten to, but
I just want to make sure we
that's
follow
on
up with that
the
because
list for tomorrow.
well, it was
The list has gotten longer.
it's
It's
a
almost tomorrow, but.
Yeah,
we have a departed employee that's just trying to get our insurance straightened out. And
Oh.
it's nothing for us here. We just want to bring it up, reminder of it. Okay, select board reports. My biggest thing, I wanted to talk about these issues with entry to the building, like we just did. The extreme ends are not fun, and we don't want to be there. It is, if it was anyone else but the committee, it would be clear trespassing, which wouldn't be tolerated in any way, shape, or form. But we want people to comply happily. Other than that, I have no other report that I want to bring forward right now. So, either of you?
I have nothing. That wasn't covered earlier in the agenda.
Okay. Dylan?
Yeah, I just want to thank Jessica and Sandy for burning the midnight oil with us,
On this one.
and always being ready, willing, able to stay up late and talk about things with us. Really appreciate that.
We used
Thank you,
to,
Sandy, and thank you, Jessica.
we used to run late like this all the time. We very rarely do.
Well, we
but-
really shouldn't, but anyway.
No, but this was necessary. We had a few issues tonight, like, the executive session needed to be that long.
Yeah.
The discussion with the EMS services required some time.
Yeah.
And this topic really, you have to be brought up to speed on it, know where we're at, so you understand it. I hope you have a better understanding, because you certainly seemed very agitated with it in the beginning, because on the surface.
Oh, you
it's-
have never seen me agitated.
on the surface, it seems very petty and irritating, but we've gotten to this point, unfortunately, for months of trying and getting nowhere.
Okay.
And it'd be great if you get some results out of it, it'd be fantastic.
Give it a whirl.
So Jessica, your turn.
Great. So I did have the proposed budget for you tonight.
Which I intended to spend a half an hour on, but we will not tonight.
No, we will
What we'll
not.
You
probably
guys
do-
can put this
what-
under your pillow and sleep
What
on
we'll
it.
probably do, Jessica, if it's okay with you, other than you can give us a quick overview, is take these home
Yeah.
and become familiar with these for our next meeting.
Yeah, absolutely, and, I really think that it's a good budget. I feel that the department heads were really responsible and receptive to the general, level funding that we requested. We were even able to make a lot of reductions in the budget as well. I think that Monty Tech helped us out there. Our assessment went down about $60,000 to $80,000. So that's really significant for us. And
Do you know how theirs went down so significantly and Quabbin's did not?
Ours
Because they're
went-
comparable total budget size, aren't they?
No,
no.
no. I wish I
Not
had
even
their money to
close.
spend.
I know. I think.
They have more, do they?
Well, no, they just run a high school. They run a high school and they have a revolving account that you and I would only wish
Yeah.
to have had access to.
So I want to say let me pull it up real quick.
Quabbin's was only up 1.9%.
Yeah, I'm ready to fight my school budget battle this
See
year.
that?
And it's hard to do when they come down at a reasonable percentage. I would never fight it if we kept coming in
Well, my
at
guess is
7%.
it's just the way the money falls.
I think I'm missing a page here, but yes, the schools went down. The regional school district only went up under 2%, which is, I was talking to a lot of other town administrators that have regional school districts, and they were looking at assessments in the 6% range. So I was I had originally budgeted for a 6% increase just out of an abundance of caution, but last week we learned that our assessment was only going to be right under 2%, and they are not using any of their ESSER funds, which is their version of the federal funding that they're getting, to offset our assessment. So what they're trying to do is avoid us reaching a cliff, which is what would happen with like a one-time revenue, is where it would look really pretty for 1 year, but then you would get hit double or triple the next year. And so, other than that, we're generally level funded other than contractual increases. There are some increases for certain needs, like the fire chief needs a CO2 reader for the patient caregiver connection. That is something that we will get reimbursed for from the state because it's a cost that is specific to a marijuana facility.
It also could come directly out of our marijuana receipts that we
True.
did have. So
Yeah, I mean,
whatever,
either way,
whatever works out smarter for us, I just want to say this.
I think it would work out smarter for us to get reimbursed by the state, as this is an expense directly related to the marijuana facility and can only really be used at the marijuana facility. So
And it should be a CO2 meter and a charging station for it.
Correct, yep.
Okay, if not multiple meters for multiple trucks, but.
Yes, yeah, I think we have a quote for one charger, which is the biggest part of the expense, and then
Yeah.
2 readers.
Okay.
Um,
We want one at each station, or,
Yeah, and so, other than that, we're looking at a slight decrease in our overall general fund budget. And the finance committee will be meeting this Thursday to go over some final revenue numbers, which we are on track. Everything, luckily,
well,
very,
the potential ones we talked about in executive session as well, you might want to,
right. Which I did
on your side, not share with them yet, but on your side,
Yeah,
pencil
no,
that in.
so in the budget that I've presented to the select board, I included the numbers that we discussed tonight, just for your knowledge, just to see how that would fit in the budget. And even with those numbers, I mean, we're still tracking at a -3% overall general fund total. And
Can you explain, the DPW, it says salary is like $2,800, that can't, $28?
so, yeah, so Jason and Shannon's salaries are split 3 ways.
Oh, I gotcha,
Yep, so
Yeah,
there's,
okay.
Water, sewer.
the
Yeah,
water, the
gotcha.
sewer, and
okay.
when I saw that first too, I
I
was
was gonna
like,
say,
what's going on
whoa,
here?
that's
No,
cheap.
No, yeah, it's split 3 ways for, both of them, and their budget, their salary increased because of the readjustment from the contract. Our insurance, that was a pretty significant jump because, we were just assessed a little bit higher due to some outstanding issues we have, but we will be able to recover some of that increase based off of a mid-year adjustment and credits that the town earns towards offsetting that assessment. So we'll probably at the end of the year come in at like a level fund from what we were last year.
If we have excess, there's always the OPEB account we still need to
Yeah.
keep putting funds into.
Yeah, and so those are some of the recommendations that I have for our capital budget where, we can go over that in more detail at the May 17th meeting, but the OPEB, I did recommend, and again, that's something we could wait till a special town meeting as well.
Right, but depending if we come in,
Yeah.
we still have funds available, that's a good thing to use them up for.
Yeah,
Because we've got to account for all the funds we tax people.
right, and, so, yeah, if anybody has any questions, I encourage you all to let me know about them over the next couple of weeks.
I'm going to take 10 seconds on your allocating, expecting 6% for the school.
Allocating 6% for the school.
Well, what she was saying, she would anticipate out, if the school, if they were 50% of our budget, which they are more, 6% for the school means 3% of our overall budget. Will we typically grow by 2.5% a year, that exceeds our growth, and that's why it's unsustainable. So I never recommend punching in 6% there, and that's why I fight against it, because if it takes all of our growth and then some, then we have to reduce someplace. So instead of growing other departments, we have to reduce them to compensate for that, so 6% is
It
not
was just a
sustainable.
placeholder.
I know. When Andrew used to do it too. I said, no, make that 2 or 0, and we'll fight from there. But I was very tough on it. So I'd never recommend starting with a placeholder that high, because they'll concede to that in a heartbeat, and then we're behind on. So we'll argue this stuff we go later. But it's strategy. This and the school has their strategy.
I'm just gonna go back to, and ask you to check on all of the increases for the last 3 to 4 years of the Quabbin budget every year, and see if.
And we did pretty good the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
It's funny. How long have I
I
been a
like this
selectman?
we. How about, the schools did pretty well the last 3 or 4 years.
Well, while we're talking about schools, let me tell you something. For Sheila to get all of our K through 5 kids out, was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Most towns struggled to get them in there at
I
all,
know.
and towns are still, and we've had those
I
kids
know.
full-time, and that is the most impacted age group for staying at home and not having the
Yeah.
social support. And
Oh, I tell you-
hats off to Dr. Marshall, or Dr. Muir, pardon me, for
and-
getting that done. That was
And trust me,
huge.
the impact, the negative impact on our high school kids is not to be,
No, but
Um,
it's so much more in these little ones.
oh, I don't know. It's very difficult. It's very difficult on teachers, it was very difficult on kids, and because they were there 2 days a week, and, you know, home.
The one saving grace for the older kids that I've seen with my girlfriend's kids, the older ones have their social media, and they keep in touch with their
Yeah.
friends. Some have cell phones, they have accounts, they chat.
But what they don't,
And
what
the little
they-
ones don't even
yeah.
get any of that. They just,
Yeah, well, that's
I've watched
true.
the little ones are stuck so alone. When they see
Yeah.
another kid, it's like Christmas.
I know, it
It's-
is, yeah.
And I've witnessed that.
But-
So I
I
know
just-
it's important across the board, but.
Well, I
to-
just
to
do
get
worry
those
about,
numbers.
you know, a year and a third at least,
Yeah.
minimum.
Yeah.
Totally, I mean, I wouldn't, and then they're giving the kids MCAS tests. I mean, I know, millions of dollars the state is putting into that, and I'm saying, do any of you think we did better? I mean, what are you gonna do with the
Who can
state?
prep for it?
I know, and then you spend the millions of dollars giving them the test, and then you say to the kids, oh, by the way, we're not gonna count this towards your graduation. Well, hell,
Then
when you
why do
tell,
it?
right?
Right.
Exactly, and that's what they're sitting, and they, I mean, I just say to the state sometimes, what are they thinking? It's been hard.
All right, I'll let Jessica finish her report
Oh,
now.
yes,
that
Jessica.
that I sidetracked her for a minute.
So, the other two things I want to report on is I met with the Felton Field Commission last week, and Mark Myville and Claire Barnes from the schools, because we are all interested in creating a plan to improve the tennis courts and the basketball courts for, you know, not only the tennis team that uses them, but also the community. So that'll be a project that I'll be working on with the school and the Felton Field Commission to see if we can find grants or, you know, other avenues to create a plan to get those courts back into pristine shape. They're still in usable condition, but they definitely need an upgrade. So we're in the process of figuring out what
Probably
that
been a long
will
time.
cost.
Since
Yeah, I
it-
think
Well, the
it's-
schools, the last time they were done, the schools did it.
Yep.
And the schools were, I think, they're amenable, because they're using a facility they didn't have to build. And so for them to, you know, take some responsibility for the, you know, the recoding or whatever you call it, you get a chance, because they're gonna have some money. And I'm guessing they can use some of it for recreational stuff for the community in schools,
And
so.
their E&D slaughters our stabilization.
Huh?
Their E&D account slaughters our stabilization account.
Well, probably not right now, but, you know, they still are, that money that they're gonna get, they don't wanna use it for an operational revenue, because
Right.
they're gonna be in the same mess we're gonna be in if
Can't-
we
can't
do it.
that.
Right.
So if they could do something that could benefit the town, I'm all about it.
Mhm.
And if you want Felton Field to look really decent for 2000.
250 for
Yeah,
you, yeah.
250,
24.
2024.
It's good, I don't know.
Yes, and that's definitely a discussion that we had, you know, creating an overall plan for Felton
Yep.
Field, because I think that is gonna be a valuable resource for the 250th celebration, because it's really like the biggest place.
If you do some work on it, yeah.
Yeah.
And that needs to include conversation for the 4-H as well, because
Yeah.
they are
Oh, yeah.
investing
Yeah.
in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, you know, the last thing is that recently I had mentioned probably 2 months back that Barre was a part of a regional grant for shared public health services. And the CMRPC was the leading applicant on that, and we were successful. So we will be in a regional public health partnership with, I forget which communities, but there's about 5 or 6 communities that we will be in a regional public health partnership with. The goal is to provide better services, and I think, you know, the services that we have now with our part-time agent and part-time inspectors works well. I don't think we need to have like a day-forward strategy though, because, you know, our agent isn't going to be with us forever. And I think that this public health partnership could open up a lot more avenues for like mental health or you know, nutrition and just different programming that we don't have the capacity to offer
Mhm.
as a community right now.
And potentially centralized record keeping.
That'd be nice.
Well, no, that's what other towns, other communities do with it.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah, so, that'll be a good partnership over, hopefully it's gonna be a little bit of a pilot thing for the next 3 years, I believe the funding is for. And it will just help create another vision of public health, because the state recognizes that we're in a public health crisis, but we're also at the beginning of another public health crisis.
Yeah.
That's gonna look a lot different than, the services that we're typically providing in the community. So I think this is gonna be that kickstart to seeing if it works. How do we plan for year 4? If it doesn't work, do we find a different coalition that we become a part of, or do we start something different? There's just a lot of options for us, but the benefit to this is that, it's a resource that we'll have soon.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, Jessica, it looks like you probably had a couple of days and nothing to do, so, God.
Sometime in a year or two from now, she might, but
I know, huh? Wow.
I think she gets vacation there.
I hope
Can I
so.
go double back and ask quickly, the zoning bylaw that we got from the planning board?
Yes.
Was that parroting what was sent to them, or response to what was sent to them?
This is.
Because they're both in
new.
140.
This is just something that they wanted to do by changing a date.
They want to change the date, yeah, from 2009 to 2019.
In other words, they're looking for some updated language, which is minor.
Okay, because it's the same zoning bylaw that we had, that we just passed on to them.
Yeah, I mean,
for
it's.
alteration.
Um,
It's still chapter, it's 140.
Yeah, there was a question that somebody asked me by email about that. Did I know that there were 2, remember with Attorney Cranston the other night?
Yeah.
Last week or 2 weeks ago,
Yeah,
whatever.
3.
That supposedly there was, did I know that there were 2 town plots of land immediately adjacent to that property? And I know that one is in the town common, because that would be right across the street. But I said, I don't know what you're talking about. So I don't know what that was about.
Is a fire station included in it?
But that's not
And-
immediately adjacent, that's several blocks, several.
Well, no, it
lots
came all the
down.
way down to Fritcher Road, which is abutting.
Is that?
Fritcher Road was part of
Okay,
it.
I didn't realize
And
that was that
Frit-
deep.
Yeah, Fritcher Road has the whole fire station to beginning it, and
Yeah, but his house is that one right on the corner, right?
What's that?
Linston, the one Linston wants to
I
make a lot.
think it's right on the corner there.
It's right on the corner, and I didn't think that lot went all the way back and.
Oh, I don't know, but I'm just saying, the zoning area.
Oh, no,
So
she,
they just talk about his lot.
yeah, they were just talking
Oh,
about it
okay,
a lot.
okay.
I said I didn't know, whatever, so they can figure it out. I said, we did not approve the bylaw, all we did was pass it on as a perfunctory responsibility to you.
Right, it goes to the planning board.
Right.
They'll, once they give it back to us, we're
Right.
just obliged to place it on the warrant.
Exactly, so I said,
That's
this
all.
was not anything that we took action on, just to, move it forward to you people.
Yeah, try to get an understanding and push it on.
Okay,
So if no one has anything else,
we'll call it a day at 11 o'clock.
we would entertain a motion.
I so move. Dylan, you ready to leave?
Second.
Motion to adjourn is second. Any further discussion?
Okay,
Hearing
nice.
none, I'll call for vote. All those in favor?
Aye. Not being a non-debatable motion, we'll just move on.
And we Dylan froze, so I'll say aye. Oh, Dylan, did you? And an aye. Okay.
Oh, I froze, yeah, yes.
Yeah, you froze before we got it out of here, so motion carries.
Hey, I brought my dogs.